I've heard of it, but I never watched it.
That's what I've been watching recently.
Wow.
Why? It's an amazing show.
I mean,
I watched.
Did you know it was amazing before you?
Oh yeah. I've watched it. I've already watched it, but I went back to watch it for a couple reasons. Like when I get signs, no matter if I manufactured them or not unknowingly, I tend to go with them. So I watched the game over, and that has Colby. What's his name? Colby Smothers, whatever. I can't remember what his name is. But it has that guy, and he's in Burn Notice. And then me and Chris are going to be reviewing Hitch, and in Hitch, the lead, one of the characters in one of the like small characters in Hitch is the main character of Burn Notice.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the name of that show?
What show?
You and Chris.
Old School Review.
I got to remember that because.
Hey, Betty.
What's up, Betty? I usually promote and shout out the show.
Well, it ain't
Metas and Mutants. Oh, well, you don't know. I still need to do it though because
that's true.
Build a demand. Try to anyway.
But yeah, I watched Hitch, and one of the small characters in there is the main character in Burn Notice. So I'm like, all right, the last two things that I've watched lead me to Burn Notice. So I'm going to watch Burn Notice.
That makes sense.
And it's like a espionage version of the Defenders, but better because Iron Fist isn't in it.
I'm here for all the Iron Fist slander, the Bat slander as well.
Oh, thanks. Absolutely. Oh,
I'm here for it. Fuck them. They've had it too good for too long.
Listen, they had to miss at some point. I just law of averages.
The odds, yeah.
They had to miss at some point.
It's my problem too.
And Finn was not the win.
Nah, yo, and look, Cyrus will swear that Finn was cool. It's just that
I can't. Nah, B.
He'll say it's cool, but he was cool, but they rushed it. The directors rushed it and didn't do the things they were supposed to do with his fight choreography. Listen, what I'm telling you. You're gonna see a difference with Shang-Chi.
Hold up. Stop. It's Iron Fist.
Yo, you jumping ahead. You jumping ahead.
Nigga, the fight choreography is
that's all.
Yeah,
this should be.
That's right.
This is the equivalent, yo. This is the equivalent of them doing the Spider-Man movie, and he goes to shoot the webs, and silly string comes out that motherfucker. Like this is the equivalent of that. Like this is the Hulk.
Yeah,
this is Bruce Banner turning into the Hulk by taking green magic markers right there in the camera and going, rrr, rrr. What are you doing?
Yeah, I don't.
What are you doing?
You can't tell. My thought on that is that he was trying not to be overly mean, because that's not you can't say, oh yeah, it was low, it was fine. It's just that the biggest thing that matters they got wrong. Like, no, then it wasn't fine. Then it was not fine. If the biggest thing that matters is what you screw up on, it wasn't a good thing.
My nigga, Wolverine, Snick. What the fuck? That's not. What are you doing? That's not.
Yo.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Storm about to do a hurricane. What the fuck? That's not what we paid to see.
That's not what we're here for.
The fuck?
It's not what we're here for.
So yeah, like again, let's talk about even just the acting. All right, so even if you want to say
he was wooden.
Even if you want to say you like the way he delivered his lines, it doesn't matter because the very thing that makes him Iron Fist is not represented.
Yeah.
Other than his hand will glow and he can do that. But Iron Fist is so much more than that glowing hand. Iron Fist will beat
Mr.
your
Glowy
motherfucking
hand.
ass out in these streets.
Mr. Glowy hand.
Mr. Glow Stick hand. Like he is so much more than that. Iron Fist will beat your ass without that. Without that. Like that's for when he's going up against a meta.
You're taking one. Like you're trying to portray one of the best martial artists in the universe,
right?
And you get the fighting wrong,
right? How? Listen. I'm gonna give you an example. The difference. Here's the difference, right? So, Cyclops is he's been trained to fight hand to hand.
Sure,
he's actually rather competent at that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not bad with that.
Right.
Had he done what that kid did, they had him doing in Iron Fist, we'd be like, but it's Cyclops. We don't know him for that, right?
Right.
Now, Cyclops, we know he known for the optic beams and being the Boy Scout and all that. Now, if he came up there with 2 flashlights strapped to his head, we would have something to say. We had something to say.
Yo, no, the worst part about it is it's not as if they hadn't gotten fighting right. Because here's the thing. Luke Cage, you don't have to be crazy.
No, you don't have to be crazy.
You don't gotta be crazy.
No.
But Daredevil?
Right.
They got that right.
That is a capital point right there.
They got
How
that
do you
right.
nail Daredevils
Twice,
and we get Danny looking like he took a couple of lessons at the Y.
Yo,
like really? Yo, this nigga couldn't pull off a clean spin kick.
No.
What the?
Nope.
Are you yo?
Did they not kidnap him and put him through training like they do everybody else?
Nigga, he not on. Listen, look, hold up.
Because everybody you get cast for a Marvel role, you get kidnapped. They put you through some shit.
Yo, his character,
vigorous training.
His character learned how to fight in Kunlun.
Right.
In there with the, that myth about the Buddhist, the karate Buddhist monks with the kung fu shit.
The Shaolin shit.
This was him. He is the one. And he came out there doing this shit. What the fuck? Really?
No,
really?
It was despicable. I didn't finish that show.
Me either. I didn't finish it. I couldn't.
Yeah,
I couldn't. At least with the Defenders, it wasn't all about him.
Right.
So I could key into other people and then just roll my eyes whenever he was trying to pull off a crescent kick, and I'm looking at him going like, what? What was that? The ugliest? What?
Yo, that's funny,
nigga.
It wasn't.
It just wasn't. And then I'm gonna tell you the other thing, and this is why we weren't concerned about Daredevil because they nailed it. But the reason we had an expectation for them to nail Daredevil, I'm gonna keep it real with you, is because of 2 people: Captain America and Black Widow.
Facts.
They will beat your ass out there.
They have that down. Their fighting is ridiculous.
That's top notch. That shit there.
To get both of them, like, I understand that they have stunt doubles.
Yeah,
but some of that is them.
Come on, man. Yeah.
So for you to get them to look, you could have never told me prior to 20.
Right. What?
I want to say
209. Something like that.
You could have never told me, because when she was doing the shit in the Iron Man movies, I was like, huh.
Yeah.
This is a tiny bit, but they might.
Yeah.
They might have Scarlet. Never. Never would I've imagined.
I'm just saying
that Scarlett would be on scene doing badass shit in hand-to-hand combat.
Like, yeah.
Chris Evans, the nigga from Not Another Teen movie. Nah, B.
Nigga, let me tell you something. I said the exact same thing about Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. I've never seen somebody take to that shit and look natural doing it. That was doing it for just the role. He learned it for the role. That looked like he knew that shit beforehand.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
I had a different experience with that. The only thing I had seen him in at that point, I hadn't watched Bill and Ted yet. The only thing I had seen him in at that point was Speed. And I fucking hate Speed. Speed is the worst movie.
It's horrible. It's terrible, yo.
Yo, it's the worst. So
it's
I was
horrible.
like, all right, he's an action guy, but this just wasn't a good movie. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
That was how I went into The Matrix.
Right.
All right, he's an action guy, but I'm gonna go ahead and give him. And then like I never watched it, but Point Break, like I'm like, all right,
never watched Point Break either, but
he's an action guy.
He's
an action guy. All right, what's this Matrix shit about? And then
I still wasn't sold on him as an action guy, to be honest, because I saw Bill and Ted. So I still wasn't sold, and then Speed was bad. So I'm like, I wasn't sold on it. And then Matrix, I'm like, yo, he was born to play this role.
I watched Matrix and I was like, whoa.
Yeah. Biddy says she loved Speed when it first came out. It had its cheesy moments. And
Biddy, I'm glad you said that because we were just talking about the show that me and Kristen do. And we go through great lengths to separate the difference between liking a movie and a movie being
good. Facts. That's a fact.
Because I like a bunch of bad movies.
Me too.
There are quite a few bad movies.
Me too. Because I love some of the moments in there do it for me. You know what I'm saying? They do it for me. You know, absolutely.
It's some aspect of it that shines somehow.
Yeah, and even becomes a comfort movie.
Fact.
Like you know, like I watched it several times. I was asked one time before, why do you watch some of the same shows or same? I say, why do you listen to some of the same songs again? Do you listen to a song one time and you one and done? No, because the beats in there, the shit that's in there that you pulled from it, you keep wanting that back. Right. That's how I am with visual stuff. Like there's certain beats to episodes of Supernatural that hit that spot for me. I want to watch that again. I want to watch that again. It's the same thing. You don't listen to music one time and then that's it. I'll never hear this song again. No, absolutely not. You know what I'm saying?
That's how that works. Like it's like the whole premise of buying a DVD or a VHS.
Facts.
Why would you be buying it
if you didn't plan on watching it again and again?
Right.
I mean, listen, I can't even. It's embarrassing how many times I went through the MCU first few phases.
Right.
It's embarrassing.
Yo, that's funny enough. I brought up the DVD thing. That's how I started this shit. I was never like that. It was probably when I was like 21 or some shit like that. But
right.
I had never done that shit before. I wasn't that watch a movie more than once. I wasn't. Right. And then I'll never forget it. It was when the first time I cut the cord. And I was like, all right, I'm getting rid of this cable shit. I got a bunch of DVDs.
Go cut the cord.
I'm gonna watch. My initial thought was I'm gonna watch these, and by the time I watch these, I will have more.
Right. We all say that.
I don't remember what movie it was, but one movie I watched and I was like, I could watch that again.
Yeah.
It might have been Accepted. Just because I thought it was hilarious. And I also thought at the time that I was so wrong. That two of the people, I was kind of right. I thought that three of the people in this movie would be like the future of like comedy movies and shit like that.
You thought it was gonna have a run?
I was one out of three.
Yeah.
I was one out of three. One out of three. It was Columbus Short, who I argue would be a big superstar if he didn't have that shit with his wife.
Okay.
So I was wrong, but there's an asterisk there.
Right.
The second one was Justin Long. I don't know what the fuck happened. He just didn't. He just didn't become.
I mean, that might been just part of what he wanted or didn't want, because I see a lot of that.
Maybe
where people say, "Yeah, I got in it. I thought it was something that I was, into, and then once I got to a certain point in it, it just wasn't. I felt like it wasn't how I wanted to live the rest of my life." And I certainly can relate. I told you before about after having that experience, performing in front of 30,000 people, and then the next day being able to go to the movie theater and not be bothered. I prefer that because I don't really fuck with you monkeys. So
now the third one, I was right about.
Right.
It's fucking Jonah Hill. So
you were right about Jonah Hill.
Come on.
Biddy says you can get picky on any film or shows, but it's always about how it was as a whole and the feeling this is what I be trying to explain. Like, humans have emotions. It's true. Right. I know this is new to some people who like to throw he or she is so emotional. Humans have emotions. Certain visuals, scenes, audio, sometimes a combination of all of those things just hit you the right way. It doesn't matter. And you can have the disassociation of saying this is not a good movie from a technical standpoint. Right. This cinematography is bad. The dialogue in a lot of this is not, but
plot is all over the place.
Right.
These characters are not developed at all.
But
this
hits me where it needs to. And I got it. Every so often I have to revisit that universe of characters and scenarios and shit like that. And I don't think people a lot of the times people are being honest with themselves about that. Like they like, because you like those moments, you think that overall this was a well-produced movie. They're not necessarily, B. Like listen, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the whole Narnia thing that came out fairly recently in the last, I want to say 10 years that they did. They thought this was going to be the Harry Potter killer, by the way. I watched the whole documentary on the shit. But I read that book as a kid. So I went to watch it. This is not done well. But it's parts in there that I feel like, that feel like the book. This feels like the book. So every so often, maybe twice a year, I'll throw it on. Let me look at this Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe again. Mm-hmm. But I can clearly see, no, it's a reason why this wasn't the Harry Potter killer. It's a reason why it wasn't. And it doesn't really, it doesn't have the things that Harry Potter had, even from the source material, that would allow it to be marketable like that. C.S. Lewis jumped around with different characters too many times for that to be like Harry was the same guy in different books. Like this is, a continuation of the story. While this may have been the Narnia thing, while it may have been a continuation of the universe, there was like different stories, like the horse and his boy and all that other shit that did not include the first 4 kids at all. So it's hard to get people connected with a character that you don't use often. You know what I'm saying? Unless you knocked it out the park the first time. And they did not. They did not. And look, the funny thing about that is sometimes bad begets worse.
Facts.
The movies that came after that they did, they were worse than that. And then the ride at Disney World, I never forget, me and my kids and my wife would go in there like, oh, they got the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe based on the movie. Let's go in there. Nigga, it was bad. You walk in there and now the theming is perfect. The theming is perfect. It looks great. But then you walk in a room and it screens along the side and all they're doing is showing you scenes from the movie and talking about it. And then that's it. I'm like, y'all spent money to make this? And this is all it is? So I'll put all the money in the theme and the shit, because I could have put the scenes up there. I could have snatched that shit from all, like that ain't nothing for real. Like we doing it right now, talking about the movies. You and Chris are gonna do it on your show. Just record it. That's easy. The only thing y'all really paid for real, that y'all put your heart into was the theming, because everything else is bad begets worse sometimes. It just do.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, let's get started.
Let's get this ball rolling. Me.
Stop that.
Welcome everyone to the Black Culture Geeks podcast. This is my man SPJ. And I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and we are just a couple of geeks talking about pop culture from a black perspective. Facts indeed. Now, this will be
anybody that knows us, anybody that's been around for a while, anybody that watched last week, you know what today's going to be about. It just is.
It's going to be a mixture of somber and celebratory. Because there are many things to celebrate about, dude. And there are also lessons that can be gleaned from his life experience. And I think it would do well for people to not solely focus on one aspect of his life. Because I see people doing that, picking certain things, and that's what they're focused on. And they're somehow attempting to define a very complex man, a surprisingly complex man. By that one little element of his nature. What and it's like you can't. There are probably people you can do that with.
Yeah, sure.
He's not one of them.
Nah,
he's not one of them. He's just not.
Let's get the
weak stuff out the way.
The particulars and whatnot.
Yeah.
My week was going great.
Huh?
Where is it? I have it. Well, not completely great. It was some slightly annoying stuff. I'll start with the annoying stuff. So, the parking garage that I park in for work,
right,
was on some bullshit.
And it always.
Yo, it is crazy. Morning, Devin.
What's up, Devin?
So they decided to upgrade their I don't even know what it technically would be called, but their entry and exit system. They decided to upgrade that, which is cool. There's nothing wrong with it. Upgrade, everything needs to be upgraded from time to time. I've been down there for 13 years, and this is the first time they made a change to it. So
right,
cool. I get that. I understand. But in the words of Switch, not like this.
Not like
this.
Not like this. You gotta look at the camera. You gotta say it without looking at the camera first and go, not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this.
Not like this. What they decided to do was, well, I'll get there. So it started, I think, sometime like Thursday, like last Thursday. They had, you get there and you notice that the normal machines with the little drawer bars, they're not there.
Right. So
it's like, matters none for me because I have my little transponder. I don't pay to get in and out anyway. So it's like, all right, it's just less of a holdup because I might not be behind someone that has to wait in order to.
Yeah, that's kind of a flex. That's kind of a flex too. But no,
it is what it is. I mean, hey, I don't pay for it. No, I mean, it is what it is. Hey,
flex.
It is what it is. They my company likes me a little bit. I mean, I get to
flex. That's another flex.
No, I'm just saying, stating the facts, my guy.
No, it can be both.
So I'm like, all right, cool. I wonder how long this is going to last. Just not even a second thought to it, because again, the current situation that I was in only slightly benefited me. So
yeah,
whatever. So they finally finished Monday.
Mm.
And we go, and I get to work Monday, and I try to get in.
Right.
And there's a dude sitting because it's 2 lanes, one on each side, the little entrance to the thing, drill bar. So he's sitting in the middle. And first of all, he's one of these super fast talkers.
He's Flash.
I mean,
the animated version.
He's less. No.
Oh,
he's much less articulate. Yeah. So not only
he's mush mouth.
Fast, he's much closer to that.
Yeah,
much closer to that. So he's trying to explain
mush mouth with the Speed Force.
There you go.
Yes.
So he's trying to explain this situation, and
it's not coming off. It's not coming off.
Talking about my guy.
Right.
Can I just get in? Like, can I just?
Yeah.
Basically, the gist of what I got from that first conversation was that the transponders that we had were no longer going to work.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is stupid.
Yes.
Don't you think that this is something that I know it's not you. I know you did not make this decision, but
okay.
Don't you think that this is something that should have been handled ahead of time?
I mean,
in order to avoid this scenario that we're in, right? Like, come on. So that happened for the first 2 days. By Wednesday, he's like, all right, somebody at my job has all the information that we need, and we're not going, and it's nothing for me to worry about. It'll be taken care of shortly. So, okay. It's still annoying that I have to wait for somebody to open the door.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah. But, I mean, temporary. Fine. So that happens. We had to fill out all new paperwork, and we had to turn in our old transponders for this little card.
Right.
2 issues with this new system. One, with the old system, I put the transponder on my I don't even know what the fuck you call that part of the car. The dashboard?
It's
not really whatever. The front of the car, inside
the trunk.
Right under shut up. For some people, that is the trunk. But the front of the car, inside where the windshield allows.
I'm gonna call that part of the dash, B. Like
okay. So I had my transponder Velcro there. So when I pull up to the gate, the transponder reads, gate opens, I'm in or I'm out.
Right.
Very simple. No. With the new system, it's a proximity. Thank you. I said dashboard. I just want to make sure. Okay. It's dashboard. With the new system, no, it's proximity based. So I have to roll my window down and get the card and rub it against the new machine.
Pooh.
Why do I have to do all that? Why would y'all make that decision in a pandemic? I didn't even think about that until you said Q.
You shouldn't be rubbing nothing.
Touch things. Yeah. I shouldn't have to touch things.
Yeah.
I've been down here 13 years not having to touch things. Now I have to touch things. But that's not the worst part.
And then you had to talk to people. That's crazy.
Yo, nigga. But speaking of talking, that's not the worst part. The worst part? Anytime you get on or off the elevator, that's where the machines are for you to pay for your ticket.
Right.
Anytime you get on or off the elevator, there is a motion sensor that detects that a person is there, and the machine starts yelling at you.
No way, man. Surely you don't.
Yo, No,
you don't mean
yes,
that the
I
machine
mean what
is
I said.
actually yelling at
Nigga,
you.
please make sure you go and pay your. No, what does it say? When you come in, I can't remember what it says when you come in, but when you come out of the elevator, it says, please make sure that you pay your parking ticket before you go back to your car. Mind you, again, this is every time somebody gets on and off of the elevator. So there are guards in that lobby that have been there for a decade plus that have been able to largely sit and do their job in silence. Now they have to hear that 100 times a day.
Okay, so do you think that it's possible that there is a B side to this story that you're missing?
Of course,
maybe you assumed they were doing their jobs, but they haven't been, and motherfuckers have been not paying.
No. Because the part where you pay, there was never a payment thing inside. The part where you pay was where the exit gate is.
Right.
There was never another place to pay.
Okay.
It was always the entrance gives you your ticket, the exit you pay your thing. There was no other place you could go to. Like most garages have that other place that you can go to. You put your ticket in, you pay. No, that didn't exist in this garage.
Okay.
So no, that wasn't an issue. It wasn't that, and you couldn't get out unless you paid anyway.
Right.
But no, this
shit.
shit. Well, okay. But this shit right here, nigga, is one of the most annoying things that I could imagine ever having to deal with on a daily basis.
It's progress, B.
Nah, it's something. I don't think that's the word that you were looking for. I'm not sure that's the word you were looking for.
Listen, we live in an era where if we can do it, we should.
You spent all this time trying to figure out if you should, that you spent zero time debating on whether or not you should. It's ridiculous. And this is life for some reason now.
This is life.
This is my new reality.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
This is my prediction for you. In a few months, you won't even hear it.
That is impossible because again, it yells. It would be one thing if it was like,
nigga, you ignore me and I yell.
That's different. that is wholly different. This is something that I will probably technically get used to.
Yeah.
But not notice it? Nah, B.
No.
It yells. It is loud as fuck, my guy. And there's like a click. There's like a noticeable, like a loud click right before it starts talking. Like yeah. And then please make sure you pay your. I can't remember what it says when you get off the elevator.
No, I think it calls you a deadbeat.
Yo, it might. Listen, it might cuss you out with some more shit when you get off the elevator.
Make sure you pay such and such and such and such. You deadbeats.
The main reason I can't remember what it says when you get off the elevator is because it doesn't make sense for it to have a message. Maybe it says the same thing.
See,
it's possible that it says
and you're already forgetting what they said. So
no,
obviously,
that's not the issue.
Those bars,
it could have been saying
are not impactful.
It could have been saying "Have a nice day," right? That wouldn't have mattered. Still would have been the same amount.
I bet I have one situation where that could still happen, and you'd have been good with it.
I'm listening.
If every time you came out of that motherfucking thing,
it started playing Rough Riders Anthem?
No. Well,
that would be dope too.
That would be dope too. That's actually dope.
I'd be like, all right.
If every time you came out there, it said, you have won $2,000.
Yeah, no.
You actually have.
Okay. See, that's different. That's different.
And you actually have. Every time you prove it, you just won $2,000.
If you can prove these accusations, I'll put up with your shenanigans. That's fine.
Your bank, look, all of a sudden your PayPal notification on your phone. Ding! The fuck? Ding! What the fuck?
Oh,
Cash App. What the fuck?
All right. Peace out, bitches.
Right.
But
because you moving. No, Nah.
Eventually.
Eventually.
I go in and out.
You got to cake up.
I go to that bitch 5 times a week at least.
Right. Yeah, it
That's
won't even a year.
$10,000.
Yo, you got a
week.
year. You got a year.
Yeah,
You got a year.
$10,000 a week at minimum.
Yeah.
Come on now.
You got a year. Yeah.
So that was the annoying thing. The amazing thing. This whole credit saga. Gone through recently. Yo,
the infinity credit saga.
Yo, I don't understand. I completely am baffled by the
many
events
things, but this
involved in this specific scenario. Shut up. So to try to paraphrase for the people, credit is important, ladies and gentlemen. It's important in that.
The hell you say?
Listen, there are some people who can function without using credit, right? And that's cool, kind of. Because there are certain limits on things that you can do here.
Yeah, I was about to say it's different with some
it's
stuff.
It's kind of important here.
Yeah.
A little bit. Like it's pervasive. It affects your car insurance. It affects job applications.
Facts. That's one of the things that kind of pisses me off that they have, and they've done this for some years now. It's been some years they've been running this game where you're trying to apply for a job and they check your credit. Like something about that I feel like that's such a fucking violation. Mind your fucking business.
Clearly I need the job.
Right. Like
if my credit score is bad, I need the job. Like help me, nigga. But,
please.
So I had been like credit aware, like vigilant awareness for, I like to say 7 years or so, probably about that.
You did better than me.
Before that, I was on some bullshit. I got that shit that most kids get hit with.
Yeah.
When I was in school, they fucked up and gave me $2,000 or $3,000 limit credit cards.
Yeah.
And I went through that bitch. Well, when me and Fab, my homeboy Mo, when we lived in Cherry Hill, nigga, there was a package being delivered, kind of like your house. That's funny. But there was a package being delivered literally every day, and most of them were me.
No, that's not even kinda. That is my house.
Thanks.
That is my house.
And most of them were me. Like I had every system at the time. I had bought guitars, I had bought amps, I had bought nigga, literally that rotating $3,000 credit that I had, on top of the fact that my rent was $808 split 4 ways. So $202 for rent. I didn't have a car at the time, so no car payment, no insurance. What else? BG&E was like $400, but it was split 4 ways.
Yo, so why is your BG&E $400?
It was 4 people living it was 4 people living in the house, and we worked different schedules, so there was literally electricity was always being used, always being used. But again, it was split 4 ways, and the rent was so low, so I was literally paying $303 around that to live. Per month. So between the rest of
some of us over here kicking out $29.
Nigga, I was 19
before we paid for food.
I was 19.
It matters not.
Whatever. Anyway, so that's how that was. So I had that extra money and I had the credit. But anyway, I fucked those credit cards up, and
of course you did.
Credit up bad.
Of course you did.
Then me and Fab, being young and dumb, we got a car. We have the joke that we make now that is only funny to people who are aware of credit and do good credit things.
Yeah, facts.
Is if you asked either one of us what the APR on that loan for that car is, we would have no idea.
You thought
never made
You thought they was talking about RBE, the guy that runs RBE.
You stupid. Yo, never. I to this day couldn't tell you. Couldn't give you a ballpark. It fucked around and been like 45% or some shit. I don't know. We had no idea because we just weren't credit conscious back then. So that we fucked around and got that repoed. So like, oh, my credit was absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Then I started paying attention to it, like I said, about 7 years ago. Started working on doing some things, get it to where it's supposed to be.
Right.
And it was decent. It was always from the time that I had started working on it and done some things, it had always been decent.
Right.
Decent credit score.
Right.
I hadn't been like diligently putting my all into it, but I was, it was on the peripheral. I was doing less things that negatively affected my credit.
Right.
So we when I get together with this particular group of friends, we tend to always end up talking about money and stuff like that because niggas ain't young. We not old, but it's these are the types of discussions that need to be had. We're in that mind space.
I think my nephew and son and their friends would think y'all old.
That's fine. I don't care.
I'm just saying they would. That's what it's perspective.
I don't care how they feel.
It's just perspective.
It has absolutely nothing to do with.
What I'm just saying. We're just to give some perspective on.
Shut up, nigga. So we were having a discussion the week before last, and we were talking about somehow a Discover card popped up. Like it's kind of difficult to get an unsecured Discover credit card. Like they have a certain stringentness to them as far as who they let get their shit.
Yeah, so, I'm wondering why you're on it.
No, I'm not. I had anybody that's used Credit Karma knows that they give you suggestions on things that you might want to do to help your credit and all that other stuff. So I had an offer for a secure credit card from Discover. Credit card. The secure credit card, ladies and gentlemen, for those that don't know, is a card where you put money on the card and that is your limit. Right. So with this particular one, they do periodic checks. And if you were doing what you're supposed to do, they give you your money back and they switch you over to an unsecured credit card, which is the normal credit card that people think of when they say credit card. Right. So I was like, during that conversation, I was like, yo, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and get it and then slide it over when they, do their evaluation, slide it over to a unsecured one and we're going to be good. Right. So I just happened to look at my credit score. I'm like, all right, let me see, what are we looking at? And there was, in Credit Karma, they do TransUnion and Equifax, I believe. So I look on there, and one of them, there was a 55-point increase. I don't know from what. So I'm like, all right, this is interesting. Huh. But I ain't do nothing at the time because I was like, who knows what the fuck this is.
You did something.
I mean, apparently. Who knows what this is? Like the only thing, because it tells you what your score is, and then it gives you a summary of what changed recently. And the most recent thing that changed was a credit card payment. Like, there's no way.
There it is.
Nigga, it was a whole 55 points. It was $100 credit card payment. There's no way in the world.
So they gave you 55, which, okay. They gave you 50, all right, close to half of how much.
No, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. But anyway, I mean, it's what happened. It was there. So I'm like, all right, let me not do nothing. I'm gonna let this marinate. It's discombobulated. It's COVID times. They got shit twisted. All right, I'm gonna let them settle in. Next day, I go back. The other one had a 53-point jump. So I'm like, okay. Still not sure what the fuck happened, but this is looking closer to it not being a mistake.
Right.
All right. So I was like, damn, yeah, let me go ahead and make that move. So I go back to the recommendations, and that Discover card is no longer there. I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
They corrected it.
I'm like, what is going on? So what happened at the time, I was like, well, shit, let me take advantage of this and let me see what other recommendations they have.
Mm-hmm.
So when they give you your recommendations for cards or loans or whatever the case may be, they also tell you what their estimated what they estimate your odds of being approved are.
Right.
This was the first time I saw this shit on that app. There was one card in particular where it said your estimated odds are approval. Morning, Jonathan.
What's up, Jonathan?
Your estimated odds of approval are outstanding. I'm like, the fuck? Never seen that before. Let me go ahead and apply for this. So, with that 55-point increase, my score was like super high sixes, like 690 something. So I went through the pre-approval. I was pre-approved. The card was for a $300 limit. That ain't nothing. But what I'm using it for is a gas card, simply something to build more credit. So I'm like, I don't need more than a $300 limit for my purposes of using this right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So they was like, all right, go ahead. You've been pre-approved. You can go ahead and do the full application. So I do the full application. And that's when you get your real credit score, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course.
If someone pulls your credit, that's when you get your actual credit score.
Yep.
So like I said, on Credit Karma, it was like 690 something. I did the application, and they was like, Mr. Davis.
First of all, them referring to you as Mr. Davis is inappropriate.
It's just what happened. It's just what happened. I can't fight it. They was like, Mr. Davis, that 690 something that you said that you had, that was erroneous. It was erroneous.
How are you lying?
It's erroneous. What are you doing? You sit on the throne of lies.
You are the god of lies.
They went on to say, no, it's more like a 730 something. Like,
and because when they stopped and said you was wrong, you expected in your head for them to go down lower. Nigga. So at first you was like, well, that sucks. And then you
that is some bullshit. They like, oh, what?
What?
Said,
no.
You said more than that's pretty damn good, if I don't say so myself. So it was like, yeah, and because of this, that $300, nah, B, we'll go ahead and double that. So I'm like, all right, cool. Again, still want to only be used for the purposes that I set out for, because the entire purpose of getting this credit card was to build more credit.
Build your credit, right?
That's it. So that's still what it's going to be. So then I was like, all right, well, that was painless and pleasantly surprising. Wait a minute. I just so happened to make a car payment that day, and I looked at my car payment, and I had a little bit. I thought it was a little bit less than 9. It was a little bit more than 8,000 left.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, all right, cool. That's my plan. I'm gonna use this credit card to build my credit up, and I'm going to put whatever extra money I have into the car payment so I can get this shit paid off as soon as possible.
Right.
Because my actual credit score was so much higher than what it said on Credit Karma. In the following days, I was checking Credit Karma to see if it ever made that update. Because I'm like, I know that Credit Karma isn't accurate. You know that because it's an estimation. But 40 points is...
I mean, is it though?
It's kind of fun. I think so. Yes, my guy. 40 points is kind of big. That's the difference between fair credit and pretty damn good credit. That's
it's not like it's just tipping the scales to okay.
No,
not okay.
It's fair. It's a pretty damn good. That's a big difference. So I'm checking every day. It was only 2 days past. I'm checking every day to see if they updated that, because I know that it's going to take a hit because I got a hard inquiry. But that's only like 1 or 2 points, so I'm not tripping off that. That's fine. On the second day, I got another suggestion from them. It was for a loan for $8,000.
Well, the problem is, nigga, but it was, the reason they gave you the $8,000 suggestion right there is because they're trying to bring that credit down. Like, fuck you. You ain't supposed to be walking around here.
Listen, that's fine. Because here's the thing. I don't need credit for anything right now. So you take advantage of that shit. Because I'm like, all right, hold on. I am getting pre-approved for a loan for slightly less than what I owe on my car.
Right. You could literally,
I'm going to go.
Problem is,
look at this loan.
If you was to take the loan, and because of course the mindset would be, I'm about to get rid of a bill, motherfucker. Here, take that. Actually, no.
The bill doesn't go away.
Right.
The bill transfers.
Right.
Here's the thing. First of all the payment on the loan, absolutely. The payment on the loan is considerably less than my car payment.
Oh, so yeah, you did talk. That's a come up.
Number two, that car becomes mine.
Another come up.
I can now not care what anybody has to say about the things that I do with into the car because it's not theirs anymore. Right. It's mine now. Oh, and trust me,
my arm.
There are some things coming.
More. I know. Already.
Bruh.
I already know.
But anyway, so yeah, so I see the suggestion for the loan. I peep into it. I realize that I'm gonna need slightly more in order to just pay the car completely off. There's no point in me getting a loan for less than what the car. There's no point. So I adjusted that, and I was like, "What up?" And they was like, "Yeah, you got it." I'm like, "Oh,
do I?
All right,
do I now?
All right then." So got the approval. I'm fairly certain my shit is going to take a hit for several reasons. Number one, because I had to accept, or I had to decide what I was going to do before the credit card came. Because once the credit card is activated, it's going to jump on my credit score, and that's going to bring the score down.
Sure is.
So I had to make that decision, and I made the decision, got the approval. So my score is going to go down. Yes, considerably. Because when you close, I've had my car loan for, I think I got it in 27, so about 4 years. So that's an account being gone.
Yep.
So that's dead.
So you're not constantly paying on something.
That's gonna drop. That's gonna drop my score. Yeah. Then the inquiries, it's not a high drop, but it's a drop.
Yeah.
Then it was something else. No, I think that's it. Opening the new credit card, getting rid of the car loan, the inquiries. Yeah, all that's going to transform into a huge drop. I'm probably not going to be in the 700s anymore, but
the 200s.
I don't even know if you can go that low. But it's fine because this is what credit is for. I hate people that
full stop.
Sure, yes. But I hate people that play scared with certain things. And the reason I hate them is not because they're being scared. The reason I hate them is because they're not putting forth the energy to get a grasp on what it is that they're talking about. Yeah. Because if you understood it, you wouldn't be scared of it.
Right.
Like there's no reason. Like credit is for the things that I'm doing. The fact that my credit was what it was, I took advantage of the system and got 2 new quote unquote new lines of credit out of this scenario.
Right.
My credit score is going to take a hit because of that, but one of those lines of credit is for building my credit, and the other one was for peace of mind. And you're not going to put a price on on that, and I end up paying less on the payment, and I can lower my insurance a little bit. So I'm paying less on that bill. Right. Oh yeah, so it's a win-win all around.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, that
That's a pretty good week, I must say. Like,
I mean,
that's a pretty. I mean, you've had some okay weeks on here before, but I think that one right there is some more. Yeah.
Well, I did die a little inside because when I got the email saying that the funds were on their way, the next day I got the money. That night I called Capital One, and I died a little bit inside.
I know. Because when you have the amount of money in your account, and then it disappears, even though it's disappearing for the reason you got it in there, you're still going to feel away. Like, man, that shit gone. Because then you start thinking all the other stuff you might could have done if you wanted to be an asshole with it. It's a lot of stuff you could have. Yeah, I get that.
Listen to me clearly. With a spare $8,000.
But see, that's the whole point.
The computer that I was going to get.
This nigga was gonna break into the Pentagon with
that. Super computer.
I'm glad you brought that up because that's actually part of my week. But before we get there, my week was a mixed bag because my brother this is his first birthday with him being gone. So that I was having difficulty dealing with that in the morning. And I talked to my sister. She was too. My mom's didn't seem as much, but I halfway think that's because, her memory is getting worse. And, she's older. She probably forgot that that was his birthday until I brought it up and shit, right? But so that sucks. But then I got my goddamn computer. Now I'm trying to remember if it was before. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It all happened in that same space of the week. But I got my new computer and I put it through its paces. Not everything, because I still have not moved everything over. That'll be after the show where I just completely do what I need to do with that. But I have been gaming on it. And this computer has a graphics card that is the RTX 3060 Ti, which was not supposed to be the card that was with this. It was supposed to be just the 3060. So I can honestly say I have never, and the rock means ever, had the type of performance from any graphics card, any computer in general, as far as gaming is concerned, that I've had with this one. I'm playing games that are graphically intense using the max settings, and my frame rates are still 60 and above. And that's usually not the case with the stuff that I've had. Don't get me wrong. My last card was not bad. As a matter of fact, I would argue that my last card was a sleeper. I don't think people expected the 1070 to be as competent as it is as graphics, but it really is, because my shit was capable of doing certain things that other higher-end cards with some games couldn't do. Or at the very least, hang in there with them so that without somebody putting on the screen with a comparison that this was the 1070 and this was the 2070, you would know. You really would know with the naked eye, right? Unless you're looking at the benchmarks and all that other shit. But this motherfucker is amazing. Yeah, Devin says that's a damn good card. They are getting better year after year. So if you get something recent, it's like that. I think the hardware is going to overtake what developers can produce if it hasn't already. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think it kind of already has to a degree, because some things, we talked about this before about like processing power, right? There is a bottleneck at some point. There will be a bottleneck where there is no software that will allow you to take advantage of this particular power right here. So you really have it because it strokes your ego when you want to talk about shit. That's it. Yeah. That's it. You paid to be able to talk shit.
That's it.
You pay extra to be able to talk shit. That my computer got this. But with this, like I said, I still, I'm kind of prudent with praise,
because that's why I'm keeping this in the lane of gaming.
Right.
Because I still have not put my video editing program on there but I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. But
yeah, I'm sure.
I need to see it do it without issue in order for. I'm not worried about my audio editing shit because I have used a computer with dual processors, and had no problems with audio software at all, no problems at all. But video is a little bit different, especially when you edit in 4K video and shit like that. A little bit different, right? Also, having the better card should theoretically have my DaVinci Resolve firing on all cylinders, because that definitely takes this thing from the GPU, not CPU. So yeah, I'm happy with that. And of course, like I said, after we're done with the show, I'm going to just do the complete move, and I'm up out of here with that, with the old one. Give that to my man 9 Millie. He can go take that, and he's gonna have to buy a C drive. I'm taking my C drive out there, but the exact same C drive that I have that's in that in 10.7, you know how much that costs? $30.
Yeah,
that costs $30. You know what I'm saying? So that's not really a big deal.
Right.
But yeah, I'm super satisfied with that, and it's to the point where it looks so the graphics look so good. The screenshots don't do it justice. Now I'm not sure about the video because I've recorded some video, but I haven't played it back. The screenshots don't even. It's hard to get what I'm seeing on screen on the screenshots. Also, this week, my daughter's birthday. That was cool too. That's a cool thing. And to end off my week, there's a lot of blooming happening around here after that rain. That's good. I want to read Devin's comment. He said, you might have noticed the difference between the 3600 and the 3600 Ti. I don't think it would be night and day, but probably on more demanding game it shines. Yeah, probably so. But yeah, the bloom is starting to get there. You know, my mood improves with the bloom. And so, like this morning, I saw three. I think it was 3 deer in my neighbor's yard, just bambying it up out back, right? And
that's what they tend to do.
I was kind of mad, right? Because my first thought always, go in the house, get the camera. But I know these bastards. The moment I go to inside the house to get that camera and come back, they're going to be out of there. Because they're going to be thinking, oh shit, Elmer Fudd's about to get the gun. Nah, B, that's not what's about to happen.
You resemble.
See, you know what I'm saying? Like, Elmer Fudd's Elmer Fudd's about to get the gun. So instead, what I decided to do, and I got to get more used to doing this, because you got to come down off of that content high sometimes. Enjoying the moment.
Or you can just have your camera with you.
No, B, because if I did around here, that means I would literally have to have my camera all the time.
Okay.
Shut up.
I don't see the issue.
Listen, taking the trash out, I got my camera and shit.
Hey, nigga, you got a strap for a reason.
Devin says, try some tangerines. I've been feeding the doe near here. They don't want my oranges, only tangerine. Well, the problem with feeding them for me, Devin, is that, and this might be maybe the deer in my area, deer are bastards. I don't want them. These bastards, when we first moved around here, were taking huge constitutions in my backyard. Like the piles. And now because we get the bloom, I'm gonna have to cut the grass more, right?
Oh god!
So I don't want to be. Listen,
that is rich.
I don't want. I tell you, I don't want them feeling all comfy. You know what I'm saying? Being in their
evacuations everywhere,
right? Listen. The piles, my dude, the Gomer piles. I'm not with it. Like, I can't. I got the lawnmower no, absolutely not. And that's why I won't feed them, because I don't want to encourage them. I just want to catch them when I catch them. You know what I'm saying? Now that, my backyard has the big part of the yard, and then it's that other little part that's gated off. That's also a part of the property that has a barn out there. That barn was because I think we talked about this before. That one of the people that lived here initially owned a horse.
Yeah.
So a little mini horse, right? A little miniature horse, right?
So
no, it was a full grown, but it was one of them small breeds or whatever. Shut up. Pony's a baby horse. God damn
Pony's
it.
not a baby horse.
Grown ass.
Ponies aren't baby horses.
Whatever. This is whatever. But that little area right there, they love that. The deer around here love that. Like they will jump that fence. Don't ask me how. They will jump that fence.
What do you mean?
Listen. Some of them, the one I saw in there, he looked clumsy as shit.
Don't matter.
And he got up in there.
He know how to jump.
You know what I'm saying?
He might not stick the landing, but he can jump.
he looked clumsy as fuck. And he was in there. And his antlers was like the wingspan of it was huge, right? He in there just
facts.
I come out there and look at him. He stops eating, looks at me. What's up, little nigga? You want some eggs? And goes back and continues to eat like fuck that. A foil, that's right. Fine. Devin's correct.
Wait, nigga.
Devin's correct. He just looked it up. He said looking it up. He said looking it up.
I understand that, but I'm the one that said. All right,
didn't say the name.
Whatever. Why does that matter? You weren't talking about baby horses.
The name.
There's no reason for me to
looking
say
it up. The name.
There was no reason for me to say the name because we weren't talking about baby horses.
A pony is not. No.
A pony is not a baby horse.
Right.
That's what I said.
You could have been like, a baby horse is a foil. So
that's not important.
It's so important. See,
okay,
that's the problem. Whatever. That's the problem with y'all. That's the problem with y'all these days. Leaving out the details.
Shut up. Continue.
But yeah, the goddamn deer in there just they have at it back there. There's not nothing really do about that. I don't go back there to cut anything anyway or do anything back there anyway. So if you want to take a shit back there, go. Fine. But in the main part of that yard, nah, B. Nah, that's where the lawn chairs and shit. No, you can't be going through there. So I'm not going to encourage them to do that, to come by giving them tangerines and putting a buffet out there for them motherfuckers. Like, nah. What's up, Ben? Yeah, like I personally, that's not what I'm here for. But other than that, like I said, the bloom and the computer and all that rounds up to a good ass week with an expectation for even better weeks coming up because now the bloom's out there, right? So,
well, yeah.
Huh? Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot all about that. I also got a new lens for the Sony. When I typically use the Sony, I use the adapter piece, right? So I can use the Canon lenses since I didn't own the Sony. Because of that, there are certain features on that camera that are closed off to me. But I didn't think of it as too important until I went out with Shafril a week or two ago, and I used his what was that 50 to 600 millimeter lens. That's a Sony lens. I used that on my camera for the first time. It is big and it is heavy as a motherfucker. But that's when all those other features opened up, and I was like, "Yo, this is crazy." So I saw another one that was for I think it was a 35 millimeter one, and I mentioned it. I said, "That's not too expensive." I'm thinking that's something I want. Wife come in here, says to me, "Do you want your birthday present early or nah?" I went, "Yeah." I always say yeah. That's not even a question. Of course, of course. And surprise, 35 millimeter lens. Had a case came with it and everything. Look at that. Nice little case game going on right here. Look at that. Nice. That's pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? Pretty nice. I'll see that. Now, if you guys that are listening on the Spotify and Apple Podcast, well, actually on the live stream, you could have saw that. That would have been that's extra content right there, right? But yeah, that definitely that pretty solid week. The only this lens is dope. It's not quite as sharp as my other primes, like the 50, the 24, and even the 40. It's not as sharp as that, but you can fix a lot of that in post. So
fix.
It's a balance. So I have the functionality has increased on the camera. I can always fix the resolution, sharpness, and all that in post. That's a good trade, I think. That's a good trade-off. Yeah, yo,
absolutely a good trade.
Let me read some of these comments right here. So Ben asks, what up? And Devin says, hey, we're talking about bowel movements of cloven-hooved animals. Ben goes, some really deep thoughts going on, I see. And Devin asks a question, unrelated. Nowadays, would you go with a DSLR or mirrorless?
I would argue that is related. And
that is absolutely related. Yeah, mirrorless is the move. Not to shame those with DSLRs because we got put in work with that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm still shaming them.
Shut up. Shut up.
No. Here's the thing. It's not 2017 anymore.
Yo, shut up, yo.
No, I'm serious.
Yo, they haven't stopped making new DSLRs, yo.
Yes, they have, though.
They're still making new DSLRs.
Show me one.
Oh, got you. After the show.
I need it.
After the show.
No. That wasn't a shot against DSLRs. That was praise for mirrorless. The issue when mirrorless cameras first came out, they had a bunch of problems.
Yes, they did.
And virtually none of those problems still exist. There's almost no reason to buy a DSLR at this point, except
it is one reason. If you cannot afford
mirrorless,
but you still want good quality content, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's the only that would be the only reason.
And that's the reason why I don't. For people that want to do content but have a limited, but I've had the problem dealing with people who use not having the perfect thing as a reason not to get started.
Thanks.
And I always say to them, like, yo, so you're going to wait until you have everything. I got to tell you, you're never going to have everything because it's always going to be something that would improve my process. That would, you might as well go. And if that means you don't have the money, but you go and get something that's a few years older, got to tell you, past a certain period, you can get really good quality even with the older cameras that cost less.
That's a fact.
So don't let that stop you because you can't afford SPJ's expensive ass R6 billion.
It is expensive.
It's expensive.
Like I said, I told you that is the one caveat. But then again, no, not even for real. Honestly, nah. If you're getting a new camera, that's still not even because Sony's only 2,000.
That's true. But you said only. Like,
no. If you're talking about a new camera, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. If you're talking about getting into used cameras, then yes, then we talk about a difference in cost. But if you're talking about getting a new camera, the DSLRs don't even really have the benefit anymore because if you don't have a camera, so you're not tied to a system already, getting a Sony.
Okay, but we're talking 2000. Like, if I get a classic example, the Rebel series. They don't cost 2,000, but you can still do quality videos for your.
There aren't any new ones.
They just dropped the new one.
Nah,
they dropped the new one last year.
That's not new.
A 4K one.
That's not new.
They dropped it last year. Like,
not new. Yo,
this guy talking about.
The last Rebel came out before my camera.
Yeah, it did. Just like a few months before. I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
So like again, I'm talking about if. Matter of fact, I need to see what the cost is because
What of the Rebel, the new Rebel?
Yeah. Rebel.
Excuse me, the relatively new Rebel.
Yeah, relatively new. Rebel TI-8.
And you probably find that motherfucker in a kit, vlogger's kit, with a bunch of other shit on Amazon.
Absolutely, you likely could.
With a mic and all that shit.
TI-8 lens. So just with the stock lens,
Mm-hmm.
it is $900.
Yeah, so that's a big come down from $2,000 for somebody that's on a budget and can't like for the. I just don't want the price to be a gatekeeper for people making
Absolutely
content. Like, nah, big, you really don't have the excuse of that.
That's a fact.
You could absolutely still do this shit, cost less. Now, the other side to that is though, you'll be lacking some features that make the process easier.
Right,
It's just a fact. That's just a fact of the technology. Devin says he was leaning towards a mirrorless, but just chewing on the assessment of value. If it's the difference between being able to afford more lenses because a decent DSLR is a bit less.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
The cost of lenses will not have any effect because lenses are fucking
extraordinarily
expensive.
That's a fact.
So saving
the
$1,000. So for instance, let's say you're choosing between the Rebel T8i and one of those Sony mirrorless joints that's in the 2000 range.
Mm-hmm.
That $1,000 that you save is not going to get you
some
any lens
anyway
that you wouldn't have been able to get.
That's a fact.
So,
matter of fact, if you went and got a prime lens, you can get a couple of prime lenses and make do with those,
right?
And they're not super expensive at all. So it ain't. Yeah. That's.
So if you were if the sole thing is lenses, I don't know. I wouldn't use that. If you are not in an ecosystem at all, I would put it like this: Canon has the best lenses, but they also cost the most.
They do.
So it's a tough one. It's
gonna depend on several factors, some of which will not be consistent between consumers.
Yeah,
it will depend on how much money you're actually able to spend on stuff. It will depend on what your actual needs are because not everybody is getting these cameras for vlogging.
You feel me? I have 2 lenses for my R6, and I don't.
And what's the focal length? What's the focal length on them? Because didn't one of them come with
24 to 70, and the other one is a 50 prime.
Right.
I don't really need any other lenses for what I do.
For what you do, no.
I absolutely want other lenses.
Facts.
So I mean, yeah, it depends on a bunch of different factors. But if the deciding factor is the lenses, then go back to one of your other factors.
Yeah, you don't even need to worry about that because good glass is expensive
regardless.
Regardless. Good glass, shit. The glass that's so sharp that you can cut the cornea of your eye just looking through that. Bro, yo, listen, that shit gonna cost a lot of money. Yeah.
We talking about thousands.
They know what they be doing.
Oh,
they know what they be doing.
They absolutely do.
Yo, here's this body of the camera right here. And it's only for, it's on the low? Yeah. We got you on the lens. we got you on the lens.
This lens right here, nigga?
Yeah, shit.
Triple the amount of the body.
But I ain't gonna lie. speaking of that, we've gotten like great results from the prime lenses. Like if you're looking for portrait lenses, something that's good for portraits, something that's good for landscapes, you can absolutely get those type of lenses for not a lot of money, and they're good quality, nice resolution, all of that shit. And you just resign yourself to switching lenses out for different needs. That's it. That's it.
I know a very underrated factor in what you're going to buy is how good are you at picking this shit up? How good are you at understanding things and learning and because I would argue if you're really, really good at it, then you probably shouldn't get an older camera.
Agreed.
Because you're going to reach the point where you want more
quickly too.
Now you're going to be in a situation where you've already paid for this camera.
Yeah. And now you got to get the value out of it because you pay for this. Now you got to consider, doctor, we'll buy something else. I already have that. It's a whole thing there. But like you said, if you're really good at it and you pick up stuff quick, I'm guaranteed, say it take you 2 months. Say it take you 2 months to really nail down and you're getting super good. And then you start realizing, damn, but this doesn't do, but I could do if I had, damn, I wish I had this feature. Damn. And now you're stuck with a 2-month-old camera you just spent money on, you know what I'm saying? Like, so now you got the dilemma. Do I spend money on another?
So realistically, money not being an object. Money not being an object. If I was new, I would probably get the R6 because it's already mirrorless. It's relatively future-proof.
Yeah,
because there's a certain point, like was said about the computers. There's a certain point in the hardware where you're at the bottleneck,
right?
And you likely will be for a while. They're not to say that it's the best camera ever. That's not the point that I'm making. But as far as technology is concerned, it's kind of at the bottleneck. Like, the 4K is downsampled from 5K. People don't even have 4K TVs. Like,
facts.
Not to say nobody does, but there's
facts.
A cornucopia of human beings. That
a lot of motherfuckers is rocking at 1080p. It's still way more people rocking at 1080p. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so like that. It's just certain scenarios that you can prepare for, but if you have it in a system already, then why not get that? Whereas when the next thing comes out, it won't be so groundbreaking.
Facts.
It's a combination of groundbreaking and usable.
Also, here's the thing about it. The thing that you have about that particular piece of equipment, be it computers or like Devin said, the consoles and shit like that. The issue is with everything that was groundbreaking right then, it might still be useful in the future, but there might be other features besides that are added onto the newer thing. Other than that thing that you thought, oh, yeah, future proof. Yeah, but now there's other things and you don't have that either. You don't have that. You know what I'm saying? So your shit is still lacking. You know what I mean?
You will always, the moment you buy something, it's outdated.
It depreciates. Yeah.
That's just how technology works. So, like I said, with no money, money not being an object, I would go ahead and get the R6. I would get one of the packages that comes with the,
and then go get some prime lenses and do some work. Go some prime lenses and do some work.
Do it. I've had no issue with it as far as video, as far as photos. So I feel
the video like comes out looking amazing.
Like the buttery smoothness. It's absolutely
cinema quality. It's
such good shit. So I mean,
and the good thing about the Canon is that its color palette,
the color science is amazing.
Yeah, like
ridiculous.
Don't get me wrong. Sony's gotten better, but if you look at a lot of their offerings, there's a greenish tinge just a little green. Then you can take it out in post, absolutely. But it's there. It's there.
Yeah.
Unless you're shooting an S-Log or some shit and just
fuck if you're trying to stay under 2,000, then I might have to do some research before I make a recommendation. Because that's like I said, that the budget is a huge factor, and
it's a gatekeeper.
I'm speaking simply on the merits of the equipment.
Right.
Once we start involving budget, that's when I need to know all those other factors. Like,
like what are you using it for?
Right.
Like what that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I love camera talk.
Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen,
boys and girls.
I mean, no, they're too young.
Yeah.
That's funny. I'm gonna talk about that. That's the first thing I'm gonna talk about. So there is this sickening concept that happens whenever a famous person dies, where you get people crying about bandwagons and
I hate people.
All this dumb shit. Here's my take on that scenario. There is nothing that I want more when a artist dies than for new people that haven't experienced this artist to partake.
Facts.
For several reasons. One, from a strictly selfish reason. The more people that I know that are into the stuff that I'm into, the better for me.
Means I'll get more of the stuff that I'm into because there's a demand and they'll keep pumping out the stuff that I want.
Or even just the fact that we that is one more thing we have to talk about.
Yeah, if I choose to talk to y'all.
Well, sure.
But yeah.
Obviously.
Facts though. Facts.
The second point is a strictly non-selfish one. Their family gets money.
Facts.
Their family gets money. When a musical artist dies, their sales and streams skyrocket
all the time. I've never seen it not being the case. Right.
It's just how it goes. And if they have any portion of their business done correctly, that means there's money coming into that estate.
Right.
It's just that simple.
Right. I don't think most of the time people see it that way because people are selfish, demeaning windbags who rather have some way to point a finger at somebody to say, look at you, that's pathetic, you're pathetic. They would rather do that than see the other side, that these people who maybe didn't experience before, there are people, as surprising it might be, who don't know who this artist that you like is. And when they die and they hear about it, or maybe they heard of him but never heard his music, and he died, hear about him, they go, now I'm curious now, let me go check that out. That adds money into the coffers of the family. So why would you seek to undermine that by shaming people who trying to figure out what
I've never quite understood it, but I submit that I also don't understand rabbit gang behavior as well. I'm not talking about actual gang, about people that just have to fit into the. I don't understand that either. They might be connected. So that's that. But I think that's one of the stupidest things in the world. It doesn't make sense. I don't give a fuck. It does not bother me. It doesn't affect me negatively. It's not as if even when they were selling CDs, this wasn't the case.
Facts.
But it's not as if they sell CDs and they only ever make a limited amount.
Right.
If someone else buys it, that lowers your chance.
Your chance of getting it. Yeah, it's not a thing.
It's literally, it's for everyone. You can literally go on Spotify and listen to it all the fucking time.
Right. It doesn't take anything away from you.
No,
nothing.
It doesn't affect you negatively in any way, shape, or form. Now, tied to that, on the flip side, another thing I hate is when people they use things like this when they have no interest and they're using it for their personal gain. Now, don't get me wrong. I understand the genius of that move.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I get it. It makes logical sense. It's highly
depending on what your goal is, what your actual goal is, right?
It's highly beneficial. I get all that shit. I don't fuck with it. I don't like it. If like for instance, let's say X didn't happen to pass away yesterday. The biggest news story would be the Prince passing.
Yeah.
It would be disingenuous as fuck, in my opinion, for us to do a whole show on the royal family
who we don't give a
fuck
about.
I have no interest, which I'm sorry to bring this up again, but it's relevant, which is why we didn't talk about the Meghan Markle thing until we were basically forced to.
Yeah.
We have no interest in this thing. So it's not, it doesn't
track that.
Like, it's potential clicks and views, but no, I don't.
And one of the things that's benefit of being an independently owned media outlet is we're not beholden to a hierarchy above us that says you must talk about this because this is clicks. Trust me, there are things that journalists that are part of that ecosystem have to talk about that they don't give a fuck about personally. That's part of it. We have the option not to do that.
Yeah.
You know.
But like I saw this one article. I didn't read it. Mm-hmm. And I also saw an article attacking the person. I didn't read that one either. But this one article, the headline was something to the effect of all the homes that DMX has lost.
I saw that.
What the fuck? I think it was the New York Post.
It was.
I'm like, what the fuck? Why
does that have to do with anything?
Why is this pertinent? Like, I get the clickbait and the keyword and the SEO and all that other shit. Like I said, I understand the logical, technical benefits that you might get from it because it's definitely going to drive traffic.
Right.
But why? What was the point? Like,
and there's a way to do that.
You could have used
an asshole.
Yes, you could have taken a different angle.
Right.
You could have you as an NY Post writer could have found some other way to do an article about DMX.
Right.
You could have.
Right.
Now, this doesn't make it much better, but just technically slightly, it's not like they did this after he died. I understand. So it's not. I just want to clarify that because I want your level of hate for this person to be accurate.
Right. Facts.
He didn't put this up after, like, he or she. I don't know. I have no idea who. Like I said, I didn't click on it. Mm-hmm. They didn't put this article up after he died, but it was just like
it's almost as bad for this reason. The particular circumstances that DMX found himself in most of the time leads to death.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, we've seen this before. This is not the first. People have been dying since people have been people. All right. We've seen this situation before where somebody gets in a vegetative state and they're there for a while. Their brain loses oxygen.
Yeah.
The machines maybe are breathing for them.
Right.
And then they go to the family and go, listen, they're not.
This is where we are.
This is where we are. You're going to have to make a decision, right? Right. So we've been through this scenario before. I am fairly certain that the people in the New York Post understand how this usually turns out. So they're trying to use the loophole. Well, he wasn't officially dead yet. that to me shows your intent is trash because you're trying to use that to slide in. It ain't poor taste because
no, it's still in poor taste.
Yeah, it's still in poor taste, man. Like it's like nobody, all the nobody and nobody tens. New York Post. He lost a lot of houses. He lost
why?
Nobody.
What is? Why was that? Like I would just like to know. Because I don't have the proper space and objectivity. I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah,
but I would like to see what that person said to the backlash. Because
I would like to really, to be honest, I would love to interview the person that greenlighted that article for that time. Like, what do you think you was accomplishing?
What was going through your mind at the moment?
Because if nothing else, to be able to get the admission that it was done for craven opportunism.
Yeah.
To see them twist and turn and have this cognitive dissonance and try to show how it wasn't that would be fascinating.
Right. There's no way you can in good faith make an argument that this was
done for any other reason other than crass opportunism. That's it.
Literally. That's it. That's the only scenario in which this exists. All right. So one of the things that came to my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't because I've seen this done too, and I hate when people do this.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to see who said something. Like I wanted to see who said things after it was official.
Right.
Simply for my curiosity. And here's the thing. Let me throw this out there because, like I said, I see this narrative done to the extreme, and I hate it.
Right.
The idea that such and such owes you their public thoughts on someone that they knew privately.
No, they don't.
How that works. I am simply curious about what some of these people that I know have a connection to him have said. There are a couple people who I haven't seen anything from, it doesn't make me think, oh, maybe they ain't fuck. No.
We went through the same shit when Brother Chadwick died.
Yes.
Where we had people going at Lupita. First of all, stay off Lupita's wall with that bullshit.
Right.
We had people going on her Twitter and all of that and Instagram with the dumb shit about how come you ain't say nothing? Did you ever think that they had a personal relationship that you did not have with this guy?
Right.
And that his death
that you're not privy to.
You're not privy to. This death, how you felt about the death, just imagine how she felt. Smacking the, as somebody that lost people fairly recently, it's not always easy to have a long pitched conversation about it, much less even put something out there to have responses come back and constantly notify you about. You still working through the loss. And some of you people, 24 hours after the initial loss, y'all going at these people who knew them better than you did about why they ain't post something on social media about it. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for it.
It's despicable.
It's despicable.
Like I said, everything is just on the spectrum. I'm with you halfway. I am curious to see what these
curious.
Yeah. But I'm not demanding,
and I'm not pointing the finger at them if they
no
don't.
Accusation. So just
emotional IQ, my guy. Like
right. Just on the top of my head, one of the people I ain't see say nothing yet is Jay-Z.
Right. Did you see Swiss say anything?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't seen Swiss yet either.
The first three people I thought of were Swiss Beats, 4. Well, one's a group. Right. The first 4 acts that I thought of: Swiss Beats, Eve, Locks.
Yep, I was thinking Locks. Yep, Eve. Yep.
So here's what I've seen so far. Ja Rule. That was the 5th person I thought of. Now he didn't say anything directly, but I feel like this is about X. 2 posts on Twitter. I wish it could all make sense. And the next one is can't sleep.
Yeah, that
it just seems.
Yeah, it seems like indirectly.
Why would you do that?
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
Chic. a picture of him and X with the caption "Rest Up, King." Swiss, a video of X, and his comment: "I'm truly beyond devastated, but I'm so happy my brother is no longer in pain. I watched him take everyone's pain and make it his own. I send my love and support to his entire family. My brother, we will never let them forget your name, and you will live forever. Fame, long live the king, DMX the Great, aka my brother for life, Earl Simmons." Let me see. Next is Styles. "Rest easy. See you on the other side. You was a legend before you made it and will remain one. The world will miss you, but the town gonna ride like you still here. Energy never does."
Right.
Eve. "My dog X, I know that you are in the place of peace you deserve. I will be forever grateful to have known you. You were one of the most special people I have ever met, full of humor, talent, wisdom, honesty, and love, and most of all, loyalty. This world has lost a real one, but the heavens have gained an angel, sending huge love to all of his family. May you rest in peace." Those are the only ones I collected.
Right.
Out of the ones I saw, these are the ones that from people that I felt had some type of connection
Personal
that was allowed to be put out in the public.
Right.
There were a bunch of other people like Red Van, Viola Davis. It was a bunch of people. Come on now, clearly there's an outpouring.
DMX.
Yeah, like
like
there's a bunch of
think
people.
There is a tendency once a iconic figure gets past their prime and maybe current pop culture relevancy, to forget the impact they had. And let's not be dumb.
Yo, I saw this post. Somebody, I can't remember, somebody famous too. I just can't remember who it was. They was like, "You dumb motherfuckers. For you to say that DMX doesn't have fans, no, it's that your ass is too young to have been around when he was doing what it is that made him an icon.
And you are in a bubble of your current era. That's the bubble that you exist when.
And there's nothing wrong with
that. There's nothing wrong with that because everybody does it.
Spitting felonious shit out of
Do not say nobody cares about somebody who got. That's not even. That can't be a. You know how hard it is.
Records. Tens of millions of records.
People went to see his movies. I need for. Look, I get it, but part of growing up should be also the realization that the world does not revolve around what you think, what you like, what you experience. Right. There's you can fill a fucking football field with the shit you don't know. The shit you haven't experienced, right? So it's one of the things where a little humility when it comes to that would be helpful. Absolutely. If even let's be selfish about it, for no other reason than you not looking like a fucking idiot.
Facts. It's just I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. And I'm glad that they called them out because I also hate this idea that correcting people is like hate.
Oh no, B, that ship has sailed. They believe that now.
Yeah.
You know how many times I have seen conversations between people with somebody telling them some good shit. And here's the thing about information. If you're going to have an opinion on something and you don't have a lot of information, so your conclusion came out a little janky, right? Somebody comes along and says, let me add something to your to the content of what you're trying to say so that you may have a better understanding of it. That's not to fuck you over unless they come in at you rude.
Right.
That's to put you up on game. And when I was growing up, somebody putting you up on game was shit. As a matter of fact, niggas used to be like, the game was to be sold, not to told, because they didn't want to put a motherfucker up on the game unless they benefited from it. But
Right.
that ship is sailed. Now a motherfucker want to be ignorant and left alone about it. Leave me, but they don't want to. They want to bother you with their ignorance by their shit all in public sounding dumb as a motherfucker, and you got to deal with the ignorance, but they don't want to deal with the correction. Like somebody comes in, B, no, you wrong. That's like imagine somebody said, I mean, DMX albums all went copper.
Yeah.
You clearly wrong, B, but maybe you don't know. Maybe you don't know.
You
so
don't
somebody
have
comes
this
along,
experience.
Somebody comes along and go, dude, Diamond, dude, look at that. You don't go, why you hating?
Yeah, like
why you hating?
What are we discussing here? Like,
why you hating on? Why you hating?
Are we in this reality?
Why you hating on X? I could do that. I could throw that same shit to you. Why you hating on X? Trying to hate on his legacy by saying he ain't selling no records. What are you talking about?
It's just, we're talking about. I hate doing back in my day. I hate that, but just logistically, we're talking about a period in time where internet
Yeah.
You had to physically go somewhere and spend your money.
Say it again, B.
You had to physically go out, search for this thing, find it, grab it, walk to the counter, pay for it. You had to physically do those things.
And I would argue you're paying for it before you even get it in your hands. If you're an inner city person, has to go downtown, you're jumping on a bus to pay.
Right.
Listen, I remember.
It's much different than being like, okay.
Oh shit! It's new shit out. Right, it's new shit out. Right. It's not. It's a different level.
Hit and play. Like that's not.
It's a different level. And I'm gonna tell you, the experience also changed. I remember what it was like when somebody's new album came out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm about to go get that, which meant I have to get up out of my house and go somewhere to pay for wait in line. Make sure. I hope they still got it in the stock because it's highly sorted after. Get there, find it. Oh shit! Go up to the counter and wait. And wait. Get up there, pay for it, unwrap the shit, get your little thing. It's a whole experience.
I have to exaggerate to hammer down the point because seriously. So what you would have to do compared to today, right? Today, literally, again, I'll do it again for you.
Do it again.
On screen.
See, if y'all was watching the live, you can see him do that shit.
Let me do it again.
Do it again.
Close it. Get there. You hit the Spotify button.
It is.
Spotify comes up.
It is.
Boom. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in there. I'm in the store. I'm already in the store.
Music all over the place. No, it's not even a store for me.
Right. I'm just
because I paid for Spotify. I paid for Spotify.
Right.
So any music that comes out, it's here.
It's right there.
It's here.
I already got it.
It's right here.
You know his new shit came out. Already got it.
Facts. Now compare that to 1998. All right. So first of all, you either had to have cable, or be around somebody else that happened to have cable, or you had to have a subscription to a magazine, or be out and about and happen to see a magazine and purchase it.
What shit I used to do.
That's just to be aware of the fact that this person has a new project.
Facts.
So then once you become cognizant of that, you have to start making decisions. You have to, like you said, you have to make the plan. You have to first figure out which store you want to go get this thing.
Yep.
There's a Sam Goodies around you. There's a FYE around you.
Might be a Best Buy's down
Might be a Best Buy, a Walmart. Well, you don't want to get X from Walmart because Walmart sold edited versions.
Yeah, in fact, you don't want that.
You don't want to get X from Walmart. You don't want to get X from
Walmart.
But you got some different places you can go. All right, cool. This is where I'm going to go. This is where I'm going to get it. All right. So you make that decision. You get up. You get dressed. You decide how you going to get there. Like you said, urban places, densely populated. You're probably going to be catching a bus. There wasn't no Uber.
No.
Wasn't no Uber. You got to pay for that too. But it wasn't no Uber.
Right.
You had to go find out when the bus is coming, or just be out there waiting.
Yeah.
Or just be out there waiting.
Yeah.
You find out when the bus is coming. If you are meticulous in your planning, you find out when the bus is coming. You call because there wasn't you didn't go online and no. You call a number and it tells you when the next buses are scheduled.
Yep, that's how it used to be.
To your bus stop. To your bus stop. Okay, so you go to that bus stop. You have to hope that bus wasn't early.
Where you just missed it.
You just missed it. You had to hope that bus wasn't early. Then, if it happened to be early, you have to hope that the next bus isn't late.
Right.
So you finally get on the bus. You pay to get on the bus, or you got your bus pass already, but you had to pay for that.
Yeah.
You get somewhere close to the vicinity of the store, because more than likely that bus stop is not going to be in front of the
right there in front of the store. Yeah, it's not.
No.
Usually, that's not a thing.
Say you happen to be going to Security Mall. There was a certain point in time where the buses didn't necessarily go inside of Security Mall.
Facts.
They went by Security Mall. They were on the street.
You got out and you had to walk across.
You got out. You had to walk across. Come on now. You get in there. It's a mall. You get inside the mall. Now you got to walk to the actual store in the mall.
Yeah.
You walk to the store in the mall.
It's packed in here because you probably waited to the weekend to go get it.
Absolutely.
You had school all week.
Because you had school or you had work.
Worked all week.
Yeah. So it's the weekend. Everybody's out here, regardless of what they're out here for.
Right.
And then there's a portion of them that are here for the same reason that you're here.
Facts.
So now you get in the mall. You walk to the store. You in the store. Now you got to hope for a couple more things. You got to hope that it's still in stock.
Right.
On top of that, you got to hope that it's still in stock and that the few copies they may have in back aren't already earmarked by people that work there.
Facts.
Put aside for people that work there to go ahead and purchase when they get off the clock. You got to hope that's not the case. Then, if it is in stock, you got to hope that the person that stocks the shit put it in the right spot.
Ass.
And that B, somebody didn't pick it up and decide they wasn't gonna get it, or they couldn't afford it, or they couldn't get it because peoples told them they couldn't get it and didn't drop it somewhere else.
Yeah, put it in because that happens too. Motherfuckers like, they just put it back wherever they had it.
Right.
Wherever they was at the time, moment. They can't, put it back there. I've done it. So I know other people have done it.
Then, depending on where you live, let's keep it real. You gotta hope that nobody opened that and took the CD out.
Facts.
I'm just saying. I'm just stating facts. These are facts of what has happened.
We grew up in Baltimore. Trust
listen,
trust
it is what it is. You gotta hope that nobody opened that up and lifted it, because it ain't no sticker on the CD. They wouldn't have got caught if they ain't get seen.
Right.
You know? So, all right. Then you get the CD. You got to walk up to the counter. Again, it's the weekend. It's busy. Music, entertainment, back then, on the weekend, that store is crowded. You got to wait in this line. You get to the front of the line. You finally pay for the CD.
Yo, Ben said this is me. I remember this from when I was a kid, but now I'll be saying no as soon as I hear I got to get dressed and go out in public.
And all you, hold up. Pardon me. All you lying motherfuckers that want to say, oh, you're exaggerating about that. No, listen, I bet you got Uber Eats, Postmates.
Come on, dog. You know they do, man.
The idea of leaving your house to go sustain yourself is too much for you to handle.
And you can't even do that now. Now.
You think that going to get a CD was not? Nah, B. Come on, cut it out. So, I
would make a day of it, yo. Like, literally, okay, while I'm going out to get this,
thanks. You getting
getting
clothes. You eating at the food court.
I might as well get a video game if I got the money. I'm
gonna
get a
video game while you're
right.
I can play the game while I listen to the music.
Oh, it's a man, nigga. I remember when NWA dropped "Niggers for Life," and I remember we went. Me and my producer at the time, Sean Black, went and bought the shit, and we didn't even go back home for hours and hours because we was out with the just listening to the shit, going into fucking Crazy John's, sitting there listening to the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like getting it, like filling you up with what that content was that they just put out. It's fresh, it's new, it's a feeling now. And I think that was that's part of the value in the music at that time that they've taken out of it. Because progress is what progress is. Eventually, it was going to make it more convenient for everybody to get it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not begrudging that. But, but let's not act like that wasn't a reality. And
that's a fan.
Yeah, that's a fan.
When it's more convenient to be such, more inconvenient to be such.
Right.
That is a fan.
That's a fan. When you literally have to. As Ben said, the idea of I gotta get up out of here and go in public to do that shit, that's because you really care about that. You want that.
Right.
You want that.
So the idea that he sold tens of millions of records means that there were tens of millions of people that had to do this.
Fact.
Come on now.
Yo, Devin said, do they still do midnight releases for video games?
I would have no way of confirming or denying
they probably don't. Listen, I used to work at a GameStop for a little while. Let me tell you something. These are people that care about these games, right? Because, man, the crowd, it was an event. It's an event. Certain games come out. That's kind of what it was with music. It's an event. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, one of my favorite artists is about to drop some music. You know, I rock with this guy or this girl. I'm going down here to get this because I gotta listen to this. And it was about being on the cutting edge of pop culture. This was the brand new. This was the new hotness. Old and busted. New hotness, right?
Hot freshness, yeah.
Hot freshness, right? You had to get the hot freshness, right? Yeah. So it's a different experience, and those experiences matter, and DMX is connected to that time.
Yeah.
So for people that were fans of his from when the moment he was in his thing, there's nuances and elements to their fandom that those of you that weren't old enough to live in the time where that was the thing can't even begin to experience. Your experience with him is music alone. Music alone. Oh, he dropped the Sun Session. Let me pick up my phone real fast and listen to that, or go on YouTube real fast and listen to that. Where other people, we didn't have that. We didn't have that. So you made it. And trust me, I didn't go out for every goddamn artist that dropped something. No,
nigga, no.
No. It was the ones that I know I'm going to listen to this until my ears bleed,
bruh.
It was those people.
I'm of a certain age where I didn't have to live that experience for long.
Nope.
I didn't have to live that experience for long. I was 11 when It's Dark and Hell Is Hot came
out.
I wasn't doing that. This person? No, I wasn't doing that.
Facts.
By the time I was actively buying CDs,
it was coming towards
I had for a good portion of it, I was on the bus, but I wasn't on the bus. Like, I wasn't the one.
Keep going, yo. Keep going.
I didn't have to go by myself. By the time I was like actively buying CDs, but by the time I was actively buying CDs, measures existed such that I didn't. It is what it is. Statute of limitations is probably up on this. I was stealing music. I was absolutely stealing music. But even when I was stealing music, there were certain artists whose music I was still going to go to the store and buy. Absolutely. I was going to be in Sam Goody or FYE or Soundgarden or whatever the case may be. If it's not rap, then the likelihood of me being in Walmart increases. Because again, Walmart, they had edited all the CDs, because I don't remember why, but for some strange reason, I'm pretty sure all of their music that they sold was edited at one point. But yeah, so oh yes, absolutely, Betty. I was a menace. I was a virtual menace to the music industry. I was not spending money on much music at all, and I had all the music. But there were certain artists where I was not doing that. Like, I would still download some of their shit, but I was still buying the album. Like, even if I'm fairly certain I had several songs of DMX's that I didn't pay for, but I was still buying the albums.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That's it just is what it is. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I didn't even then, that's even so there was this small portion in time where, even though I had the chance to not go through all that, I still went through all of that. Right. Still went through it. Right. Still got in my car and drove to the mall.
Right.
So that I can get this. Yeah.
Let me get this.
Let me get that. I need it. I need this in my life. Yeah. I need to be able to grab it and physically put it inside of the.
Yo, it's so weird
on the top, and the lid pop up.
It's so weird.
And I put the CD in there and I close it. Come on now.
It's so weird. And the other thing about that, when I started releasing music and getting it distributed, I was on the ass end of the CD era.
Yeah.
I'm talking, it was on its way out the door, B. So the fact that I could even sell CDs.
Yeah. The writing was on the wall.
The writing was on when the writing was clearly on the wall. Now people were getting it for other reasons. They wanted the autograph on it and all that other stuff too, right? But just the fact that this was, I'm talking CDs were dinosaurs at that point. At that point, right? And the fact to still be able to sell CDs then, just imagine what it was like during the height of when that was the cutting edge way to listen to music.
Bruh.
And being a guy like DMX who sold as many, you're talking about that entire.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that first album came out on cassette too.
Yeah, it did. It did, because I had it on cassette. Yeah. And this is the thing, yo. That whole thing you broke down about the experience back then of going to get that shit.
Yeah.
Multiply that by millions of people.
Right. Tens of millions of people. Like, come on, let's not be dumb. Like, come on. I get that there's a piece of this knowledge that you're not privy to. I understand that. However, you should be able to fill in the blanks better than that.
Yeah. Well, you should, but we kind of talked about it before. I told you, people are good at low-end critical thinking. The normal shit, like, yo, my nose itch. Let me, in order to stop it from itching, let me scratch it.
Let me go ahead and scratch that.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, good looks, my guy. You know
what I'm saying? Right.
Your nose isn't itching no more.
Right. They're good at that.
I did a thing.
But the vast majority of them, when it goes beyond that,
yeah.
Because I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt when we talked about this earlier. When I said people know when it rains, I don't want to be wet. Let me go in the house. Not necessarily.
I don't think so. Benny says recording on the tape from radio.
Man, listen,
that's a real thing.
I was there for it.
I was on the ass end of that.
You were on a definite ass end of that.
I got some.
Remember, yo, the DJ when the DJ said to you, said to everybody, in the next block, I'm going to be playing such and such, and you sitting there. Get the tape ready, like, oh, fuck that.
All right, okay, I'm ready.
Right.
What you got?
Right.
What you got?
Right.
I'm waiting.
You better play it. He said he was going to play it.
You better play it in this. You better play it in this time period. You're not sitting here beyond that. I will, but I don't want to.
I was going to go play basketball, but since you said in this block.
You got my undivided attention, my guy.
You better make it good. You better make it good.
It is what it is. Exactly, Ben. Saying that with my finger on the record button, waiting to press it exactly when it starts.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Because I don't want the tail end of him talking
or you don't want the
but
blend.
I don't want to miss.
You don't want the blend from the last song to the
Come on now, cut it out.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
Yeah.
Cut it out. Look, I get it. You're young. You're the entire experience that you've had with music can be accessed through this.
Right.
Your entire experience that you've had in real time while you were living it. On here.
Exactly. I can technically fit your experience with music into this cap right here, as far as the consumption of it, how you consume it. Like this is such a good point, because this is the difference between people that start on one end of the timeline and people start on the other end. So, I have this experience with you now. Yeah. I'm doing this. This is the only thing you've known.
Mm-hmm.
I have this with you. Yeah. I also had CDs, tapes, 8 tracks. No, I also had. No. I'm saying I've had my timeline is different, so my reference for all of this is going to be different. Now, your reference can catch up to that if you choose to have an understanding. Oh, this is what they used to do. Yeah. This is what so you yourself won't experience it, but you'll have a knowledge of, this is what they used to do. But if you only trapped with, since I do this is the only thing that matters ever, you can't then pretend to be some knowledgeable person about this. You can't, because you didn't choose to be that. And there's too many of y'all wanting to be smart that don't want to put the work in to be smart. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's too many of y'all wanting to this. Well, I matured early shit without doing the work to become mature. There's too many of y'all running around here wanting to be saying I'm open-minded without doing the work to be open-minded. It's too many of y'all doing that, and I ain't letting you have it. No. And the main reason why I'm not is because I know from people that in my circle that there are young folks that aren't like you. Don't think like you. So you're not giving me the whole, it's just because I'm young. Yeah, that's part of it. Right. The other part is you're closed to learning about the other experience because you're so snake fascinated with what's happening right here and now. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. The only time there's a problem with that is when you try to present to me that you're more than that. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. So said we never could pause the TV either watching a film. Come
on. The fan thing, that's a silly accusation.
It's silly. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Completely baseless. There's no credence to it. You can't deny. You could deny being a fan of someone now if you listen to their music. Right. You couldn't deny it back then because of all the work you had to do in order to accomplish it. It hit different. You give more value to something that you had to work to get.
Absolutely.
It's just how human nature works. Absolutely. So but anyway, doing a little jumping around. So 2 things that we have done before. It used to be stalwarts. Before we moved to a 1 episode a week format, we did this thing called appreciation.
Yes.
Ironically, the entire point of the appreciation episodes was to give people their flowers while they were still here.
Yeah.
Ironically. And we before we got to, because DMX was on the list.
He was.
But before we got to him, we ended up switching to 1 time a week. And that with what the show is, it didn't really fit into only do a regular show every other week. So we had to kind of drop the appreciation thing. But there's no better time than right now.
Facts.
You go ahead and do this. So DMX and My Dog's Bite. Jigga, oh my bad. That's gonna be happening the whole show. I gotta find where. Oh, it's here somewhere. Where did I put it? I put it. Here we go.
Broke it.
Shut up. All right. So Earl Simmons, aka DMX,
aka Darkman X.
Facts, aka the dog.
Big dog.
There are probably some more.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was out here in these streets, my guy. I didn't do the full format of an appreciation.
Don't worry about it.
But it is what it is. We're here. It's a celebration.
Yeah.
Celebration, bitches. DMX appreciation. I think this might be the first person out of everybody that we did an appreciation episode on where we can say he was in a video game.
Yo, facts. I don't think anybody else we did with this was in a damn video game. Nope.
I don't think so. Ladies and gentlemen, the video game I'm referring to is Def Jam Vendetta. It is one of my favorite fighting games of all time.
And it's funny to say because, see, here's the thing about the Def Jam Vendetta game and why it holds such a huge slot in my gaming experience. I felt like doing stuff like this placed rappers to me where they always should be.
Thanks.
Like an MC grabs a name for themselves and an image. And if they do their branding and their promoting right,
keep talking up your back.
It's an elevated, enhanced version of who they actually are. To me, and for a lot of us, especially when I was younger, these guys were like superheroes. Their style, their particular rap style was like their powers and shit. And I always felt like there was a segment of society who really didn't get why we liked them like that didn't understand that part of it. But for those of us that did, when you place these characters, these real life artists that have these enhanced images through the marketing and the branding of who they are, and you put them in spaces like this, where they get to do the fighting thing or whatever, to me, it just elevates their image even more. And it makes us feel attached to them even more. Like wrestlers, saying like wrestling, right? Like these people, this version of them that you seeing, that they rapping and stuff, this is the part that you get to know. Especially back then, because again, there was no internet where you could see their every thought, every whatever when they wake up in the morning. No, this is how we connected with them, basically through their art. The only other time you saw them, maybe, is if they was doing some interview in a magazine. You get to get maybe a little behind the scenes about their thoughts, but most of the time we interacted with these people through their content. Yeah, and this added a different layer of content for us, and it added to their legend to us. You know what I'm saying? They added to that legend. So that game was so well done, bro, because this could have been a vanity project, where the control could have been shitty, the graphics could have been crappy, and they just trading in on the names of the artists that are on there to get people to buy. No,
and it would have worked.
No, this game was fun to play. You wind up getting your favorites. It wasn't necessarily that your favorite rapper was your favorite character on the game. It depends on their move set and what you could do with them, right? But like I said, it elevated to me, and I'm sure to a lot of people that played the time, elevated the stock of all of these guys, made them larger than life, bigger than life. And that adds to the legend of it. And the music, come on, man. Like, of course. And DMX was a big part of that game.
I encourage you, if you've never heard of the game, to find some type of emulator or something.
Yeah.
And just play it once.
Yeah.
Just play it once. That's all I'm asking. Let's give it a try.
Hell, if you don't want to do that, because you don't want to commit to spending some money to get some shit,
look at videos
on YouTube. Yeah. Go on YouTube, pull up Def Jam Vendetta. Pull the game up. It's dope, man.
Just look at it.
It was dope. It was dope.
Absolutely. So on to his filmography.
Just eating ass nigga.
Yo, my stomach and my back were becoming acquainted.
I thought they already
and we can't have that. No. Try to keep them separated.
Right.
I don't need them getting to know each other that well. Nah. They know each other exist. And that's where I need to stop. Like,
I I feel. No, I'm the last one to talk.
So, what's his filmography?
Right.
1998.
Belly. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I'm gonna be completely honest with y'all. I did not like the movie.
Okay, that's fine.
I recognize what it meant.
It's not a great movie.
Yeah, but the thing is, I recognize what it meant because these are early forays. Like
Williams.
I believe so. But we had our early. Listen, there were earlier eras of rappers that got a chance to do movies like Crush Groove and all that other shit, right? But this seemed like almost like the second coming of hip hop artists being allowed in that space, and they were current at the time. It was a lot of artists in that movie that people fuck with.
Yeah, it was hype. It was hype.
It was hype. You know what I'm saying?
Hype Williams, Nas, DMX, T-Buzz, Method Man. Yeah, absolutely.
Crazy.
I mean, I would never say it's a great movie, but I did like it.
Yeah.
But I was also, again,
I
I was also 11.
You were a kid. I did not like that movie at all. I was hyped for it, and I watched that. I was like, but I was also older and had more references to movies. I was already settled in the type of, what I expect from movies. So I came in there with an expectation that I didn't get. And maybe that was on me for having that expectation with people that weren't trained actors. Right. They're giving them an expectation that I probably shouldn't have.
Facts. Let me see. Also, God damn it. And where are we? Filmography.
Romeo Must Die.
Yeah. That was like, oh, okay. So you're just gonna go from doing what is essentially a B-list movie in Belly with the director being a music video director.
Right.
Where the biggest stars are other rappers.
Right.
You're just gonna go from that to being in a movie with Jet Li and Aaliyah and Isaiah Washington, and that's what we're doing.
Of course, that's what we're doing. Now, to be clear, this movie came out 2 years after the initial Belly movie. So, was that what this is telling you is how much this guy stock was rising?
Oh yeah,
during this period of time, like DMX, and then there was X. Like it was a moment he wasn't there. And then it was a moment he was everywhere. Like, hell yeah.
Movie only brought in $91 million off of a $25 million budget.
But you got to consider the times. This was over 20 years ago.
Oh no, that was huge.
Yeah,
I say only being facetious.
Right.
That was huge
big back then.
Especially what Jet Li is the biggest star.
Yeah,
for it to be $100 million movie, basically.
And Jet got, this is not that far removed from his, I would say his big introduction to American audiences.
Right, yeah, he wasn't a superstar yet.
Nah, he was known overseas. Yeah. But America's a little slower when it comes to overseas, like foreign actors and stuff. Like Jackie Chan. When Jackie Chan first came out, he had been out. For those of us that was watching Kung Fu Action Theater, we already knew who the fuck Jackie Chan was. But when he did Rumble in the Bronx, that's when you saw a lot of people talking about, right? But when you watch Kung Fu Action Theater, you knew who the drunken monkey was. you knew who that was. You know what I'm saying?
He followed that up with Exit Wounds.
Yeah.
Steven Seagal.
Who was doing what?
Isaiah Washington again, Anthony Anderson again, Michael Jai White.
We laugh at Steven Seagal now because Steven Seagal is laughable now. Absolutely. But there was a time. Oh, he still beat your ass.
No, he still fuck you up.
But there was a time. Nah, B. Above the Law? No, B. Like, it was the time, and he got a movie with him. Like, come on, man. Come on.
I mean, it's not a small feat back then.
Nah, B. Nah.
To be basically co-starring with Steven Seagal. Like, come on.
Facts.
Then he followed that up with Cradle to the Grave. Again,
by the way, Cradle to the Grave had an ill-ass soundtrack. That soundtrack was ill as shit. And it was actually, we had a local guy from Baltimore had a song on Cradle to the Grave. Comp had a song called Do Something on there. And of all of the music I've heard, the local music I've heard coming from Baltimore, because at the time Comp was signed to Def Jam. He was also in Def Jam Vendetta. He was in that gang too. Of all the Baltimore songs I've ever heard throughout the years of all these local artists, that was the most Baltimore attitude song I have to this day ever heard. Do Something. That is the mentality that went to write that song. That's why you'd have a problem coming to Baltimore and going to certain areas, because they're going to do something. They're going to do something. They're going to do something.
This Tom Arnold, Gabriel Union. I mean, you just gotta.
Tom Arnold was making his rounds too. He wasn't an A lister, but he was in some shit. He was in some Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
Facts.
But he was, Tom Arnold was doing all right.
And now the rest of them, I don't really know that well.
Me either.
But we still want to name them.
Yes.
2004's Never Die Alone. 2008, Lords of the Street. 2018, Pimp. 2019, Beyond the Law. 2020, Fast and Furious Death Race. All right. Now, for the creme de la creme. It's not a game. Again, this is gonna happen all episode. It's just it is what it is. I have DMX lyrics in my head in the file. I clicked on the folder,
right?
Double clicked on the folder. It opened up, and there were just a bunch of files. Just stuff. Random access. It's just go back. All right, so albums. 1998. It's Dark and Hell is Hot. Four times platinum.
Before we go on to the next album he released that same year, I'm just putting that out there. That's a spoiler. That same year, where I was when I first heard It's Dark and Hell is Hot. My daughter was a little itty bitty baby. Now, almost 2, something like that. But she still was little, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm working at the Baltimore Spice Company, out Owens Mills. And I will never forget, somebody put me on to that. So, you got to hear such and such and such. And at lunchtime, went up in the locker room. I listened. I was like, why does this dude sound familiar? Because I had seen the video already. I saw the video he had released. Get at me, dog.
Mm-hmm.
You got to understand the landscape of hip hop at the time, boys and girls. See, them dudes was getting money. This is old school industry where you can get in there and get caked up rather quickly if your contract shit is right and you out there doing things. This was around the time of hip hop's acceptance. Hip hop was definitely accepted. It was definitely a moneymaker. It had its controversy, of course, but that didn't stop the fact that it was a thing. And a lot of these rappers got comfortable as fuck. A lot of these rappers was eating good. A lot of these rappers was going to Hollywood. A lot of these rappers was wearing some shiny ass suits that if the sun ever hit it, it could reflect off that motherfucker and start a forest fire. A lot of these motherfuckers was smiling way too much. These niggas was smiling in Source magazine, smiling and all, they were grinning, having a good ass time. And it was losing that feel for me. And then this guy, DMX, hops on the scene, black and white video, barking like a dog. Mean, aggressive, that raw street. Yeah. And that's what they mean by when they use the phrase DMX the game. The game was going one way. The game was going in a certain direction. The landscape was looking a certain way. And then something hit the ground, mushroom cloud, and changed everything. Everything.
All facts. All facts. My introduction to DMX, again, even though I was 11, was my cousin. My cousin was, put it like this, that is the most, the artist who I heard him listen to most and associated most with him is DMX. Like the first unedited, because I don't count. Well, not that I don't count, but music videos aside. Yeah. My first introduction to an unedited DMX was I was at my cousin's house and he was playing "Stop Being Greedy."
Oh my, that song.
And I'm like, what is going on here? And the funny thing is he would play DMX so much.
Just listening to that yesterday.
He would play DMX so much that I would just be like, yo, honestly, DMX might be where I first started, like, my habit that I have of learning rap lyrics. Because one of my other cousins, he's fucking weirdo. He's a hater. I love him.
Why did this just pop in my head, bro? Not to cut you off. We did do DMX.
No, we did Go Metric.
Go Metric.
Oh, we gonna bring that up too. We're gonna bring that up. Yeah, we did a Go Metrics on DMX. My cousin, we're like rivals, like, but loving rivals.
No,
we're always.
Yeah, I get you.
He always had this thing. Yo, stop singing every word of the song unless it's your favorite song. What?
That makes.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt real fast and really contemplate what that means. I know what I'm missing. I know what I'm missing. My calculator. I gotta see exactly what, because maybe I'm missing something. Nah, that shit came up zero. I did not figure out what that means.
The funny thing is, I don't think I've asked him why. I just allowed him to ignore me.
Yo, maybe
I didn't.
I think that was Cap, yo. I think that was his way of telling you shut up. Like I don't want to hear you. He was annoyed by you. That's all I can think of, yo. Because that makes
I don't know, yo.
I
listened to him when I was around him. I listened to him when I was around him.
What, is he older than you?
6 years older than me.
That's why.
Yeah, when I was around him, I was like, all right.
Is this your favorite song? Then stop.
Basically, yo, like, what the fuck are you? Like, why are you trying to stifle my imagination and like, I don't understand my enjoyment of this great art form. Like, why can't I rap all the words? Like, I don't.
Just so you know, right? Even at the time, The Message was not my favorite song.
Right.
And I still knew every word.
Nigga. And it's funny because he's probably going like fuss at me like 2 months from now. 2 months from now when he listens to this episode.
He probably is.
But it's like I've never understood the logic behind that idea. And I don't know.
Is that your favorite song? Is that your favorite?
He's actually one of my main influences for not for being an individual. Like some of it positive reinforcement, but some of it negative shit like this.
Right.
It's like what it's not cool to know the words to song. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what other people think. I like the song. The way that I express me liking it is rapping along to the lyrics. That's how that goes. Like, come on, what the fuck? But anyway, but yeah, I think my penchant for learning all the words to rap songs comes from DMX, because my other cousin, the one that's the DMX fan, when he played X, he played X.
Yeah. Well, you kind of have to.
I mean, listen,
I kind of have to, right?
But it was on repeat, and I wasn't complaining. But also, it almost got me in trouble, because one of the things I always used to do, my learning process for lyrics is like one of the reasons why I'll never probably know any of my songs fully verbatim.
Write them down.
Is because my learning process for lyrics is I'm hearing them rap it and I mimic sounds until I figure out what the actual word is.
Oh, that's crazy. I never did it that way. That's crazy.
It's not on purpose. But yeah, I mimic sounds until I figure out what they're saying. So
you don't be catching it. Like, I know you can't catch everything on the first, depends on the person's flow and their delivery, right? But you don't be catching the words.
No, because I'm impatient with that. So like, whereas it might legitimately, if I listen to a song probably 5 times, I'd probably have every word if I was more patient.
Right.
But what happens is, if I listen to it and I catch the cadence,
you doing the sounds of
I'm doing that sound, and when I do that, that's confirmation bias to me. So I'm there.
Right.
And I that part of my brain that's trying to decipher what exactly they're saying is probably gone. So the only way I end up reaching full lyrics is usually context clues.
Funny.
But so the reason it always got me in trouble is because stop being greedy. And of course, it says, fuck around and I'm gonna bite you and snatch your plate. I didn't know that that's what it said.
Oh, no.
So I was mimicking the sounds. And luckily, my little cousins heard me say this before any adult did. And they were like, "Oh, you cuss?" I'm like, "No, I didn't." I was adamant. No, I didn't. I ain't cuss. And then they was like, "Yeah, you kind of." I mean, technically you didn't, because you didn't know the words, but you said,
"Fuck around and I'm gonna bite you."
Right? Come on, my guy. You kind of. And I was good at that. I was so good at not cursing while I was rapping, because my mother
doesn't like cursing.
Bruh. My mother makes this claim. I submit. I never said this to her, but if she listens to this episode, she's gonna hear it. So I submit that there's literally nothing she could have done to stop me from listening to rap. But parents like to think that they can stop their children from doing things that they really have no way of stopping them.
No way.
But yeah, she maintained when I was younger, she maintained that if it wasn't for my stepfather, then I wouldn't be listening to rap. Even though he didn't really introduce me to rap, it's just that he listened to rap while I happened to be around. So she didn't fuss about it because, it was already happening.
And it was an adult there. He was still an adult. So I mean,
realistically, no, I found my way. Yeah. Because you're not gonna sit in my room with me 24/7.
And you got a whole host of friends and other family.
Bruh, all that. But anyway, so I because of that reason, I became really good at self-censoring as far as curse words and raps. To the point where one day, I'll never forget this. We were at my mom's old house over on Lexington Street. We were down in the basement because we were in the early stages of preparing to sell the house. So we were finishing the basement.
Right.
And I was down there helping. And my stepfather's brother, my uncle, I will never forget this. He got mad. He was like, "You doing that a little bit too good. I don't want to hear it no more."
Oh my!
It was I think it was listening to Eminem, and Eminem like what was it? It was probably "You Don't Want to Fuck with Shady." Shady will fucking kill you. Yeah, and I was like in a pocket where like if you weren't paying attention to me, you would probably assume that I was saying the curse words.
Right.
I wasn't.
Right.
I absolutely was not. And that song I knew the words. I wasn't doing the sound thing.
Right.
I knew the words at that point. And he got so upset. Like that is the only time as a child where absolutely the music got changed. It got changed. They
See,
we're not listening to this.
It's funny because your experience with that, I didn't have any of the musical restrictions or limitations in any way. But what I did have was my mom does not curse. I've only heard her curse like one time, and that was when she was looking at the Rodney King video when that shit happened. Mom doesn't curse.
That's warranted.
And for me, even though I did, I didn't do it around her, and I still don't.
Thanks.
Right. So I was listening to all this music, even in the house. But because my aversion of cursing around my mom's, that was the whole thing.
Right.
That my mom's never put because while she didn't curse herself, she didn't put a thing out there about I just assumed she didn't want to hear us.
Right.
So I didn't. Now, I found out later she absolutely heard, because my dumb ass, I'm out on the front and my friends is out there.
Not realizing that these walls are thin.
Yeah, these
walls are thin and glass isn't sound. This glass ain't soundproof.
I'm out there mauling all kinds of motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? At fucking 14, calling all kinds of motherfuckers out there, not putting two and two together that she can hear this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't put that together really either until I was grown, and she had called me. Let's hear you out there calling your friends all kinds of goddamn names.
Oh man. Yo.
Oh,
that's funny. Shit. But yeah, DMX is actually absolutely responsible for my penchant to learn all the words of a rap song, because like I said, my cousin was playing it on repeat. I ended up picking up the words, and
that tracks. That tracks,
and that's how that goes. All right. Next, still 1998. Flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, triple platinum.
First of all, what y'all know about that? What y'all know about a dude being so hot, on fucking fire, nuclear, solar fire, that he drops his first release, and then that same year he drops another one, and they both murder, they murder everything.
Yeah. Like I said, if you've been around here for a while, you'll hear me talk about the trifecta. It's Snoop, it's 50 Cent, and it's X.
Facts.
If that's nobody, to my knowledge, has had better debut as far as albums are concerned than these three gentlemen. And the only reason I kind of got to give the edge to X is because he did it twice.
Yeah, twice in the same fucking year. Dude.
That's ridiculous.
It's
his rookie season, he doubled up.
Yeah.
I just
like, that's why when we were talking about earlier about people, you can't, man, I wish a motherfucker would. You can't say the idea, that he did that dance or nobody can.
It's preposterous.
Are you fucking dumb?
Where are you from? Because it's not Earth.
Whose man's is this?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that question for you. Let's have him evacuate the premises immediately. Because come on now, like what are we talking about? All right. Then 1999, and then there was X.
The next
5
year.
times platinum.
Insanity.
5 times platinum. 5 times platinum. 5 times. 5
Now,
times,
now,
5
man,
times,
now,
5 times. 5 times.
yo, I hear that.
My bad.
This guy is ain't that Booker T ass shit.
I'm
5
sorry.
times. 5 times.
My bad.
Man.
Yo, funny thing about our audience, right? I just assumed that our audience was a specific, was largely inside of a specific demographic.
Yeah.
And that demographic that I assumed our audience was in was not the target audience that I wanted.
Right.
I just so happened to be on Anchor the other day, and my assumption was wrong. I think our audience is much closer to the target. As far as age, our largest group is like from 24 to 34.
That tracks. That's literally, that's funny. That's literally, like when I look at my analytics for music, that's
hilarious.
That's the range right there.
That's hilarious.
That's the highest range right there. That is
hilarious.
It's crazy.
Yeah, 24 to 34.
So we need to be.
That's the target that I was. Yeah, that's the target I was trying to hit. So
it's just funny that for me, well, I know the metrics changes over the years because it's usually getting younger and younger, which the target audience tends to get younger and younger for certain genres, right?
Yeah.
With music, I'm sure it's probably younger than that, but I don't talk about in my music, none of my stuff, anything that I would think that 24 to 34, especially
yeah,
and yet that is my highest.
That's what I'm saying. I was kind of confused about that because I'm like,
damn, Devin's 28. There it is.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah. But I was in my head, I was like, but why? Like this is what I want.
We ain't gonna say that out loud if you don't want to.
Ain't nobody going to repeat.
But you know I'm laughing in ancient, right?
Yeah. This
I got you. Yeah, cool.
It's 75. So cool. I mean,
shut up.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised at that little tidbit. Like 24, but I mean, thank y'all. But
yeah, oh yeah, good luck.
Why? Let us know why. Let us know why.
I'm gonna tell you why, bro. I'm gonna tell you why.
We ain't the new hotness.
No, we not. We not
old
busted.
Ain't the new hotness.
We ain't old.
We're not old busted.
I'm saying, but we not the new hotness, but we not old. But you know what I think? Yo, I think people's assumptions about certain generations are just that. Assumptions.
Yo, you know what? It's possibly some of that. It's possibly some of that. Because I know that I still live here, so I'm not completely free of those things.
Sean,
so, like
41.
Word. But yeah. But anyway, 2001, the Great Depression, platinum.
Vinny said she got it back when she's 20.
There we go.
There you go. Right there in the margin. Right there in the
2003 Grand Champion, platinum.
Damn.
2006 Year of the Dog again, gold. 2012 Undisputed. 2015 Redemption of the Beast. Now he was supposedly working on a new album.
Yeah, it's supposedly.
He had re-signed with Def Jam, I think in 2019,
which is crazy.
Yeah, that would have been his last. That would have been his first album with Def Jam since Grand Champ, which was the last time he went platinum.
And I'm wondering this too. So I am of no illusion. We are going to get an album.
I was just about to say that. I need Swift. I don't care what has to happen. I don't care what amount of money he has to spend. Yeah. I need Swiss to put this album out.
we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this up now. Depending on what stage or phase of completion it was on,
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't speculate. But if he re-signed in 2019, and if he had a clear moment of months, to go in, knock shit out, I think he's also going to have a bunch of features on there or whatever. But that might be because maybe certain things weren't finished, so they add people's verses to it to flesh it out. That could be a case. I don't know. We're getting
it was reported to have been the most feature heavy album that he had done anyway.
Right.
So yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah. I can see it being a case where, all right, we got these X verses. We got these songs that were intended to be on the album.
Yep.
All right, we want to pad it out a little bit. We got these X verses. We're gonna go ahead and throw some people who wants to be involved with this particular thing.
Right.
So, like, I think he got a feature with Juice WRLD on there. He got it's a couple. Let me see if I can find it.
I mean, if they need me on there for something, just let me know.
No, that tracks. DMX upcoming album. Here we go.
Ben says, I guess the cerebral content of this and you guys' other content is more appealing to the people in their mid-20s when the brain gets more developed along with reason.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting take. I would counter that with, though, is that I don't believe the Black Culture Geeks is cerebral.
We absolutely have our moments.
We are trash.
Super trash.
We are trash. Devin says, I'm a geek. My people are an amalgamation of geeks, hip-hop fans, artists, stoners, atheists, pagans, gamers, D&D players, anybody who meets that definition of a true fan. You know what? That's a lot of my audience, too.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Here's this article from February. For nearly 5 years, rumors have been swirling around about the next DMX album. In May of 2016, Swiss Beats set social media ablaze when he posted that Darkman X was clean, focused, and working with himself, Kanye West, and Dr. Dre. Nearly a year later to the day, in an interview with DJ Who Kid, Swiss doubled down on his previous statements. Swiss told Who Kid that he and X had been seriously working and that he could not wait to share the music they had been working on with the world. 6 months later, Swiss Beats backed up his words with actual music, premiering the song Bane Is Back. Shortly thereafter, during a beat battle with Just Blaze that would portend Swiss's Mega versus franchise with Timbaland, Swiss played a never-before-released song featuring DMX, Jay-Z, Jadakiss, and Nas. Following that, hold up.
I see. I muted.
I don't care. Following that momentous drop, the artist born Earl Simmons released new music with longtime collaborator Dame Grease, which featured X rapping over trap beats. However, just as things seemed in full motion, DMX had a major setback. The artist who had struggled with substance abuse for decades checked himself into rehab in April of 2017. This was following a series of live performances that had further solidified that the dog was back. Even after that, Swiss continued to give interviews talking about DMX's new album, which changed the game. Despite a few live appearances and guest features on songs like King Kong with Forever MC, Royce da 5'9", and King Crooked, things effectively ground to a halt when the Rough Rider was sentenced to a year in prison in the spring of 18. Even after his return, things were relatively quiet until now. In a forthcoming episode of Nori and DJ Effen's Drink Champs podcast, DMX himself spoke about this new album and confirmed that it is still very much in motion. He also went into detail about some of the artists who will be featuring the project. Real quick, a point of order. Another thing that came out from that Drink Champs episode, which I'm probably going to watch now, was he made the statement that if he dropped dead tomorrow, his last thought would be, I've lived a good life. Wow. Right. I digress. In addition to the late Pop Smoke, X mentioned a name that is sure to get head spinning, Griselda. The collective of West Side Gun, Conway the Machine, and Benny the Butcher has proven to be one of the most formidable in rap over the last 2 years. After building their own movement in Buffalo, New York, as detailed in this interview with Ambrosius Heads, the Griselda crew skyrocketed after signing with Eminem Shady Records in 2017. Since then, they have worked with countless legends, including DJ Premier, Slick Rick, Locks, Method Man, and many more. Now DMX is part of their discography, and the collab is sure to be hot. Hopefully, X's album manifests for real this time. Sending in the Drink Champs. Let me see if he mentions the other people. In
now we're getting that album, yo. Like we're getting that.
Hold up. So I'm. He's mentioned. Shut up, Nori. Griselda,
Nori
Pop
never
Smoke.
shuts up.
Shut up, Nori.
Nori never shuts up. That's not a thing.
God damn it. All right, this I don't think this clip. Yo, that's funny. Yo, that's funny.
All right, Benny.
So I wanna bring this up. I want to bring this up. People tend to canonize people when they die.
Yeah, all the time. Trust me, it's gonna happen to me. It's gonna happen to you. Watch.
I would venture to say it's probably not gonna happen to you because you have foiled so many people's hopes and dreams. The Grim Reaper is not someone
your pie hole.
I'm just saying the Grim Reaper is probably not one that will be canonized ever. I don't think. Anyway, I'm not going to do that personally. The elephant in the room, because I saw this article too. Didn't read it because I have no reason to.
Right.
People talking about his homophobic lyrics. And,
I saw that.
And yes, absolutely. But what I will say is I've never seen an interview with him being asked about that. But what I have seen is a much more progressive attitude in general about these things. For instance, he did a skit on Mad TV with Aries Spears where Aries Spears was dressed up as his mother, and there were hugs, there was hand holding. Like, these are things that if you're younger and you're listening to that might not seem like much to you.
That's what I was about to say.
But where we come from, those aren't things that would be happening.
No, just so you know, I'm older than DMX by a year.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me when I tell you, the era we come from, that is not how we. That's not. It's not.
No, B. So like that is progression. But the reason I brought it up is because they made a joke. Because Nori was like, "Oh, you got Pop Smoke on there?" And X was like, "Yeah." And Nori was like, "Did you ever meet him?" He was like, "No, but I heard some of his music and I heard the growling and barking." And Nori was like, "Yeah, because like if you and 50 had a baby, that would be Pop Smoke." And they just laughed at the joke instead of what in 1998 I imagine would be a completely different. Actually, neither one of them. Yeah.
This is my take on that. Okay, so I'm not in the business of telling people who they choose to not celebrate for whatever reason, because I don't want nobody telling me when I'm mad.
Absolutely.
I'm mad at motherfucker. But I'm gonna say for myself, knowing what hip hop was at the time, there were certain things where you were in a certain lane of hip hop, street aggressive lane of hip hop. You're going to say things in that lane that fit that lane.
Yeah.
And most rap is embellishment.
Yeah.
So one thing about me, I've always taken strong, uncompromised takes, in music. You might not get that exact same conversation from me in a conversation
right.
about certain things. But music, that's different. And we already talked about earlier about how when it came to rappers,
Excuse me.
consider the rapper by himself without the music and without the imagery to be a Saiyan. His rap image is Super Saiyan. That's a different. That's him enhanced, right? So with that, during that whole era of hip hop, you're gonna find that shit out
all over the place.
All over
hip hop. I often say hip hop is one of the most toxic things that could have ever existed.
Absolutely.
It's just facts. You have to personally decide for yourself how much of that you're going to accept, how much of that you're not going to accept.
Yeah, I can't.
It's not a point of glorifying it. Nope. It's just understanding what was. Like, you can have nuance, my guy. Nuance.
Trust me.
There are absolutely lines of his that I stopped myself
at the time.
Bruh,
certain things he said,
especially that one joint.
Got a daughter younger than
B.
I'm not.
B.
When I used to that song, that I would never say that line.
Right.
Never say that line. This is before. No, B. No. So, like I said, I get people gonna have their personal boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't here for that.
Nope.
To do what you do. Do what you do, because I got mine. But I'm gonna tell you like this. I also, me personally, I lean on where I was in my life at the time this content was made. And I have not forgotten what that made me, because that's a small part. If you look at the wide array of music that DMX has done, he's done inspirational shit. Mm-hmm. He's done shit quasi-religious shit, right? He's done a lot. So I'm not, like we talked about earlier in the show, as a person, most of us are nuanced.
Yeah.
But as an artist, he's nuanced.
Completely.
He's completely nuanced. I don't think you can define.
There's really not a
DMX.
Box. The only box you can put him in is rapper.
Right. Right.
Shit, and even then he be singing sometimes.
Facts. Devin says that feel when you're rapping along and you just can't. I've even found older lyrics of mine that in certain he can't in good conscience repeat. Yo,
facts.
I benefited from
we gonna
talk about this. I benefited from the fact that I did not get an audience until I was older, more mature, and more prudent in the words that I spoke and put in music. Because if you heard the stuff I was doing before a certain year, and now picture me, and you know, type of things that I read and how I tend to go into certain things. Picture me doing that for bad. Using that power for evil. That's what that is. These are songs I've never released, but I benefited from. I did not gain an audience where it was necessary for me to have mass distribution of anything until I was older, more mature, more prudent, and accepted more responsibility for the stuff I put in my music. I didn't need for somebody to have to come and tell me, yo, you can't do that, because I did them. I self-edited. I was like, yo, I'll go back to some stuff and go, ooh, no. And I know where my headspace was then. So I couldn't figure out that this is not the thing that this is not. I could by the time 2012 rolled around, I was a grown ass man.
Mm-hmm.
That already had layers and was already coming out of a lot and left behind a lot of the toxic. It's hard for me to explain to people who are not from where we're from,
the
level of toxicity. like it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yo, where anything that you did that somebody didn't like was considered gay.
Gay. Yep. Everything.
Like, what does this have to do with my sexual preference? I don't understand.
It didn't matter. It didn't matter. It didn't matter.
And that is the reason why I never had that. That is the reason why I was never on that shit, because logically,
yeah,
and emotionally, these things didn't make sense to me. I didn't get. Don't get me wrong. I am not above hating an individual.
I hate many.
I want to be clear. I want to be clear
about
that. I am not above hating an individual. But I've never got the whole idea of hating a group of people simply for their existence.
Right.
I've never.
Here's the thing about that, and this is the part where I think narratives matter.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you place their existence in the framework of a moral whatever, and it's purely subjective to your specific belief system, right? And you're framing them under that. You're framing them under that. This is where this comes from. And the logic goes out the window when you start saying, well, even according to that,
right. Yo, I want to address this.
People send
address this comment because Devin said, "I don't think I ever thought of homosexuality when I called something gay when I was a kid. It was just a word that meant two different things. But when my little sister came out, she was worried about what I would think, and that was due to my language. So I stopped that. Then that is the exact point that I'm making.
No, that is exactly what that is.
The exact point that I'm making.
Exactly what that is.
The point is, people that are in a position of privilege are not tasked with worrying about how their actions and words affect other people.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Until it does.
And until it becomes humanized for them. Like, because when you build straw man, you can attack that straw man all day long. It doesn't have any feelings. Yep. It is a caricature of a group, a person, or whatever. The moment you have an intimate dealings, friendships, family members with people that fit that demo, and you start to see
a little differently.
Hopefully, because everybody don't do that.
Everybody don't do that.
But yeah, like I know for me,
but I was in that same boat, Devin. Like I said, I've never had this thing where I hated a group of people for their existence. Right. But I grew up in an environment where if something was bad or wrong or weird, you called it gay. And that is what happened. That's my exact scenario, except for the sister thing. When I stopped doing it, I think it was a classmate.
How you doing? All right.
Oh, there are people in
the
house.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I know, right?
But I think it was a classmate.
You see how you see how much of a professional I am?
No, listen.
I
applaud you, my guy. On second thought, I might canonize you.
Man.
But yeah, I think for me, that experience was a classmate who I realized was different.
Yeah.
I realized it was different. Yeah. And I sat down and had a conversation with him. And, it was like 2002. So it still wasn't necessarily safe to just.
Yeah.
But he kind of told me without telling me. And I was like, oh, all right.
Yo.
I'll be more cognizant of the shit I say.
Yeah. See, that's how to Devin's point. This is why I don't believe in no politics at the dinner table, because the people close to you are maybe the only people who can get through to you sometimes. And we remember we talked about this a while ago, and this fits right into this bracket. It's too late to come to me and say, "Don't fuck him up for saying that to you," because I don't know him.
Right.
I'm the boss at the end of the game. By the time he gets to me, if he hasn't developed the skills to know that that's not how you're supposed to engage with people. You cannot point at me and go, don't do that. No, I'm the boss at the end of the game. The time for you to worry about your old uncle, your brother, your dad was at the dinner table when I know he was spouting off all that craziness.
Mm-hmm.
I know he was saying all kinds of racist stuff at table, and y'all stayed quiet. By the time he get out in this world and says that to somebody like me, the hands are flying, and there's nothing you gonna say to shame me from doing it, because you should have been doing your job when you saw your family member was stuck on stupid.
Mm.
And you let them, if you love them, don't let them stay there.
Fact.
Don't let them stay there. Challenge it, because even if it don't change in the moment, trust me, over the course of time, they will at least acknowledge there's another way to see this, because it happened with me. It happened with me. And something you said about your friend, you had a friend, you said he was a little different. I had to say, I grew up with this guy from elementary school.
Mm-hmm.
Cool dude. His family was broker than mine. You know what I'm saying? It was broker than mine, right? So I remember we had a little school field trip to the circus. They had just enough of his people to go for him to be able to go, but nothing for no drinks, no food, no silver, none of that. I shared what little bit I had with him. You know what I'm saying? He was always a little different. Years down the line, I'm on my way to work. I go get on the bus. I see him on the bus.
Mm.
And I instantly can tell, that's what it was.
Mm.
So now, having known this kid who's now an adult for all those years and knowing what kind of person that he was outside of his sexual preference, am I now supposed to think he's an evil this or an evil that? Because that does not compute.
Nope.
And if he's not, and he's gay, how many other gay people are just regular
people?
Regular degular people
who happen to have a difference of opinion with me with something that I would never be privy to.
Right. That's it.
It doesn't affect my life in any way, shape, or form.
And then you start thinking to yourself at that point, it's not necessarily a moral issue for me, because somebody can't make me like what I don't like.
Nah, bitch. It ain't happening. Listen to me clearly. It ain't happening. And I'm not even just talking about guys. I'm just talking about
in general.
Like, if it's a specific type of not even type, specific. No, well, I mean specific attributes of a female.
Yeah,
some of them I'm not fans of.
Right,
you're not gonna make me do that.
Right,
it's just not. It's not a work.
Like classic example. I can't make SBJ stop calling nice restaurants delightful. I can't stop him from doing that. And believe me,
absolutely delightful.
And to quote the Joker in that Michael Keaton Batman movie, don't think that I didn't try.
Sandlot is absolutely delightful, and I won't stop saying it. It just is what it is. It just is what it is.
Oh man, that shit probably closed now because of all that.
It was open sometime last year.
Late, it's outside, so it's outside.
Was that late? I can't remember how late it was. I don't remember if I had a mask on or not. I'm pretty sure I had a mask on. So
and it's outside. It's outside dining experience. So yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
So another thing that we used to do all the time, which Toom referenced already, is the GOAT metric. So we're just gonna go over X's.
Okay.
Before I go over where he sits, I'm gonna just go over the actual.
Yeah, that works. That works.
So crap. Oh, here we go. So for the GOAT metric, the metrics are lyricism, impact, longevity, record sales. And is that it? I think that's it. Basically what the GOAT metric was a system for us to find out where we would rank certain artists, and it wasn't. We tried to be as less as we try to be as objective as possible. So there are people who in certain positions that we would never personally put
Facts.
in these positions.
Facts.
Like,
we tried to be as objective as fuck.
I personally think where we have Drake kills Tim's soul a little bit every day.
I hate it.
It is what it is, though.
As a matter of fact, I hate all of you.
No, it's
even those of you that had nothing to do with this.
No, I get it.
Because of this.
No, that's absolutely fine. So we like I said, we set up metrics to try to be as objective as possible. So basically, lyricism had subcategories of songwriting, storytelling, braggadocio, flow, uniqueness,
impact, which is different than lyricism. That's another bracket.
Yeah, it's another category. Longevity is its own category. Record sales is its own category. So DMX got I think 141.2%.
Yeah,
which is God tier.
It's top 5.
Yeah, it's top 5. He's literally number 5.
Yeah,
so
top 5.
That's. I mean, this is. We have to do something about this. We have to do something with this GOAT metric thing, because this top 5 is absolutely bananas, and I want it to mean something.
The Drake one doesn't hurt me as much as the Kanye one, but that's only because of personal feelings.
Well, no, I get that.
You know what I'm saying? But that's the Drake one.
The nigga went batshit crazy and started doing a bunch of dumb shit.
Saying
shit. So I understand, but listen, tis with tis, my guy. I don't.
But at the same time, I got to say this: the fact that they have the exact same number.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Like, both of them I feel a way about. They both had the same, but I don't feel the same way. I don't feel about Drake for the same reasons I feel about Kanye. But whatever. I feel like this GOAT metrics that we did was fairly dope. There might be a way to make a
hold up. Whoa. No, you just mentioned something. That's wrong. This isn't in order.
Nah, you're right. It's not in order.
X is number 3.
He's number 3. My fault.
Yeah, X is number 3.
But I feel like if we created a almost like a meme that had it had to be like organized a certain way so it made sense to the eye, where they could see where all these categories fall and why the numbers are what the numbers are, and then have the thing on there. Because for a while, that's what everybody was trying to come up with their list, but we felt like the way they was doing it was trash.
It was so haphazard.
They was basically going off of feelings.
Yeah, inconsistent metrics.
And we decided to go off of there is an elemental part to it that deals with a visceral emotional reaction to certain things. That we factor that in there, but we don't give it this huge presence where that is the only thing that we going off of sales. We going off, and when we talked about something like impact can be an intangible depending on how you try to talk about it. The way we talked about it though was we gave specific examples of this person clearly has reached more people. People are saying things about this person and things this person has said on a much more frequent basis, much more well-known colloquially than the other. Yeah. And we tried to do it the best we could with a subjective topic.
Yeah.
We tried to, so, and I agree with you. I've never seen anybody else do it the way we did it.
Nah.
And to me, a lot of those other ones were basically feelings. This is how I feel. I like the way he rapped. Yeah, it's cool.
Feel only.
But that's all it was. It was feel. You didn't factor in nothing else. You know?
Yeah.
Ben just went and got some food. I'm gonna do that too, Ben. Why you acting like we ain't got food? We got food. He got some Hoover stew.
I could use some more food though.
I mean, of course we could. Of course we could.
That wasn't always really a meal. That
always
was
use more.
just a holdover because we're doing a show. But yeah, so this realistically, I believe I broke the news to pretty much everyone that was listening at the time last week when it was found that he went into the hospital.
Yeah, it was in the middle of the show.
Yeah. I knew, just being realistic, like you said, this isn't a scenario that people just come out of. That's not what tends to happen.
That's not
Is
what
it possible?
typically happens.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we've had some Cinderella stories with that,
right?
But
it's
Snow White
literally
stories. But,
well, it's literally everybody sitting there waiting for a miracle. Like,
right.
That is not really realistic to do. It's not to say don't have hope.
Yeah. I mean, what else you have if not that a lot of times?
Right.
But when you usually talk about somebody's in a vegetative state, there's brain damage happening every minute.
Mm-hmm.
That so it's like even if they came up out of it, the odds are there's going to be issues. You will not really recognize this person. This person will not be the same as he went in that shit. So either way, I was not expecting I wasn't expecting this to end good in any way. I really wasn't. But like you said, I saw one thing I noticed was we were talking about the Battle Rap with K-Shine, the Instagram posts. There are a lot of people that feel the way K-Shine feels.
Mm-hmm.
So I was not gonna. I'm like, yo, I'm holding out hope with you guys. I'm hopeful, but
yeah.
But
that's a good lesson in knowing when to shut the fuck up. Because my natural inclination when I see someone being wildly irrational is to correct.
Yeah.
This ain't that. This ain't that. This is not the time.
We talk about emotional intelligence. This is what we're talking about right here. Emotional intelligence.
This is not the time somebody talking about, well, he ain't dead yet. You're right.
He's not.
That is my only response if I respond.
And me saying that he will eventually be won't change what'll happen. It's just me stating, but also me stating that hurts people. Y'all trying to hold.
Yeah.
I don't gain nothing.
No.
That don't, improve my life to make you feel worse.
No.
Why you in this? I don't gain nothing from that. And if I did, that would probably be problematic too. So it doesn't cost me a goddamn thing to shut the fuck up and let people have their moment. This is part of the emotional intelligence. This is what I see lacking in a lot of people with a lot of things. Like Adequate was really emotional about the DMX thing. And I know where he sits with that because that's where I was with Phife Dawg. That's where I was with Sean P. That's where I was with even Prince. Like I get it. What does it profit me or anybody for me to be telling people not to have hope? Because I don't know every goddamn thing. Who knows? Can you imagine if the brother would have came up out of it? You feel what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
The return, my guy, would have been absolutely epic.
Right.
Especially like he was on this on again, off again redemption arc. And to survive something like that would have been completely epic. Like,
well, Devin makes a good point. We need to get this out there. So, because we didn't look this up, but he says, I'm still looking it up. But one result suggests that around half or more than half of patients survive out of that kind of state brain injury if it's been less than 6 months. And long-term injuries depend largely on how long you were in that state. Not that it changes the point you're making.
Well, I wonder and I'm not going to hold you. I'm not going to do this research.
No.
But I am curious about if that's being in a catatonic state, period, or being in a catatonic state due to chemical
I didn't even think about that.
reasons.
Yeah. Like in other words, is it are they talking about, do they specify the cause of the vegetative state?
Right.
And because overall it could be one thing,
Right.
of course. But then when you start splintering the stats down, where does that sit where you were put under that state?
I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
I'm curious about that. Because realistically, the overall that kind of tracks, because that is what they were doing with some COVID patients.
Facts.
They were putting them in comas.
Facts.
Medically induced comas, and then trying to do what they had to do. And if they were successful, they brought them back.
Right.
So, that absolutely tracks. But I just wonder if that varies based on the cause.
The injury. What caused the injury.
Yeah.
But either way, though, it's just I didn't have a good feeling about it.
But it goes back to, I don't know if we were saying this last week or the week before, but it goes back to the whole me not being pessimistic, but me not being optimistic.
Right.
It's just I'm not.
There's a context.
I prepare for the worst. My default is to prepare for the worst.
Same.
And if the best happens, that's
I'm pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, there's no downside.
That's my default as well, and that's even that. It's even that way with people. I'm expecting, especially if you're somebody that I don't have any personal experience with.
Yeah, I
am unfortunately expecting the worst behavior from you in a situation, and then when I'm proven wrong and that I'm pleasantly surprised. Yeah. Oh, that's dope.
Give me a little hit of dopamine.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's how I am with people. Like, all right, I don't know this person that well. He absolutely positively could have done everything they're saying he did. He absolutely could have done that shit. We'll have to wait and see. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm going with right now, so further notice, he probably did it.
He probably did it.
He probably did it. Because I don't know you. Now, if I know you, certain things you still could have. You still could have done it, but there's certain things that doesn't track.
Slightly,
like,
I
don't track.
My knowledge that you're absolutely capable of these things might be swayed a little bit by personal experience.
Yeah, like I know this guy.
Like, all right,
I really see him doing that.
Like, if somebody tells me right now that Toon walked by a dozen freshly glazed donuts
I need you.
Didn't touch one.
I need you.
I'd be like, all right, no, come on now. We talking about the same Toon?
I need
like,
you.
Are we talking about the same? We can't possibly be talking about the same
be
thing.
On some
shit. This nigga has a donut in his hand daily. Daily donut. I'm about to start calling you Double D. Daily
Shut
donut.
up. Shut up. Shut up. Look.
But this whole thing
is bad. Like I felt at the time. So because I have another thing with me is I have personal experience via family. My brother died on the operating table. They brought him back. He had brain damage. You know what I'm saying? So that is a reference point for me when people get like, oh shit, oxygen stopped going to their brain or some shit like that. Like, the go-to for me is I don't know the time scale, how long it would take, but I know my brother died at 5 years old on the operating table, and they brought him back, and he clearly had brain damage. Brain damage. So he was effectively originally the dead man. He was the original. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he could absolutely have claimed that one.
Shit, if he'd have got it before me, what could I have said?
Hey, you can't be like, no, that's not right.
Right?
Like, no, it's right.
If my brother rapped and decided to use that for the, What? What?
What I'm gonna do?
What?
Tell him
What
no.
did- No.
Tell him his experience isn't valid.
He got more right to it. Like mine
He got more
was
skin in the game.
metaphorical, right?
Right.
Mine's metaphorical. His was
Absolutely literal. It happened.
five
It's
years
the real
old.
thing.
Came back. Yo,
Yeah.
if he wanted to walk around with his eyes up like this, it's like he could have done that. And that look.
Yo, if I was in his position and I was a rapper, I would have named myself Lazarus.
Right.
The outcome of a coma is related to the cause independent of the physical signs, depth of coma or length of coma. This is most important and shown most dramatically in coma.
Interesting.
So basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, what they're saying is that absolutely would be its own subcategory. It absolutely would be different.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay. That is interesting. That is really interesting. But yeah, like X, man, listen.
Oh shit! But hold up, there's an added context to this because summarize in general, metabolic causes of coma have a better prognosis than I'm not even going to begin to try to pronounce that word.
I don't blame you, my guy. I don't blame you one bit because I'm not going to pretend.
I'm not even going to try to. Okay, all right, got you. What you saying that the drug-induced coma may have a better outcome? I never said me either. I'm not even, B.
I'm not even going to come anywhere close to pretending
like
that I'm going to approach
the
possibility of attempting.
What I appreciate about that, I appreciate the fact that if you expand that, our approach to that word and trying to say that word out to a larger generalized category, not knowing anything about certain topics,
bruh, it's okay.
It's okay to say that you don't know, and you're not gonna. It's the same with that word. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to y'all that I'm gonna be able to pronounce this.
Out of 10, that is going to be my approach in any similar scenario.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know this? Yeah, I don't know this.
I don't know enough about this to say
know it.
One thing or the other.
And I know one time is a standard deviation.
Facts.
I'm not even
facts.
Yeah.
Yo, and I'm gonna tell you something. People get confused by the fact that I have a brain that's a repository of near useless information.
Oh my God.
So that I can discuss various different topics. They get confused.
Why you know this? I don't know.
I don't know why I know it. But they get confused with that and think by that I should be able to speculate on because I might know a little bit about a lot of stuff. That does not mean I am qualified to go in balls deep on a topic that it takes years of experience, like actual schooling. I don't be doing that. And I see guys do that shit and be confident in their ignorance. That loud and wrong, strong and wrong shit. Yo, B. Like,
that ain't the move. That's never the move. There's nothing wrong with being a little humble.
Be a little humble. It helps you, actually. It helps you.
Yeah. It opens you up to be able to learn other shit.
People know what it is. And this is also this is gonna be fucked up. This is fucked up tape. People are mostly stupid.
No. That's absolutely accurate.
Yeah, in our bubble, we know it's accurate, but it's still a hot take to say. People mostly dumb, but don't want to be thought of as dumb.
Right. That's the big issue for most people.
Right. So they think fake it till you make it and be. No, I don't think that way. I think the way you get smarter is by acknowledging what you don't know. That's the way you get smarter, by acknowledging what you don't. The rap group Third Base once said, they used a sample that said it actually. He is stupid, but he knows he is stupid, and that almost makes him smart. Bingo. That is me in a nutshell. That's me in a nutshell. Like, I am a certifiable dumbass that is easy to fool the layperson because I have a repository of useless information. So when we talk about certain things, like, oh damn, he knew about that. Oh damn, he knew about this. Okay, but now if you dive deeper into that, I don't know. Like if you dive deeper into those, yeah, sure, there are things that are in my wheelhouse that I know a depth of things about. But the vast majority of things outside of that, I didn't know tidbits about that. I know a little bit about that. I know a little bit about that. I am not the guy that you're going to go to when the shuttle is not doing what it's supposed to do.
Yo.
And we're heading into Earth. And you're going, Toom knows a lot of science stuff. Let him get by. Maybe he can. We're going to die.
Doomed.
We're going to die.
That's the only thing I can tell you for sure is that we're dead.
Yeah.
Now, anything around that might have some wiggle room.
We're going to die, D. If you're looking at Toom to solve this crisis that deals with,
nope,
we're going down. The asteroid's coming. All the other scientists have died that can figure out the trajectory, how hard it will hit, and maybe what angle we can hit it with a missile and shit. And Toom is the only. Don't look at Toom.
My response is simply
die.
My response is simply, oh,
that sucks.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
It's coming. Mine is worse than that.
Interesting.
Fascinating.
Right. We're doomed.
We're doomed.
We're
doomed. It's very easy to
breaks up. We better hope it breaks up on the atmosphere.
Nigga.
And it's possible because of some of the COVID shit, y'all made the atmosphere a little bit better. All right. We gotta punch you. We gotta punch the chance over here.
Listen. The fact that I know about don't get it twisted that this is a perfect example. Don't get it twisted. Just because I know that asteroids can typically a lot of times burn up in the atmosphere, that does not mean I know anything else about how to stop that. That's it. I'm done.
I don't know what variable decides whether.
Devin said you send Toom to exterminate planets, not save them.
That would be ridiculous again. Okay.
Facts. I can figure that out. I know how to break shit.
Handle any more useless information. I'm not going to purposely ingest myself. I'm not going to purposely ingest more useless information. I can't handle the information that I have that I need.
I am desperately trying to get rid of some of this.
I want it to stop.
I don't know.
I want it to stop.
See, that's the other problem. That's the problem I have is that it doesn't because I know a little bit about a lot of stuff. I'm going, it's just enough to pique my interest when I see it. Yes. It piques it sends me in a rabbit hole because I know a little bit about that. Let me read this. And now I probably didn't get everything that I could have gotten out of that article, but I've added on to some more useless information that I'm not gonna be able to use for no other reason.
Life has changed for the worse.
Yeah.
It is now the next day.
Yeah.
I have not done anything I was supposed to have done.
This is the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, I had an issue studying and writing papers for school because I'm supposed to be looking up one thing. And to get to that, I pass a whole bunch of different entries and articles of things that I'm more interested in than what I have to do for school. So I get jammed up reading those things and having the face, you know what I'm saying, about things that has nothing to do with the grade I'm trying to get.
It's a curse, really.
It is.
It's absolutely a curse. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Right. Tevin said I need the waters of, how you pronounce that? Brooklyn or whatever from the Netflix Witcher series. Yo, have you ever played Witcher?
Nope.
I've played it and never finished it. Looks great though. I saw it on my computer now. I played it. It looks great. It looks amazing graphically. Man. I've never finished it. But anyway, back to the man at hour.
Oh yeah, X.
Brooklyn, got it.
I have never had someone who is kind of like a direct influence to something that I do, barring family, of course.
Right.
That is direct influence to something that I do. Die like this. That has never happened to me. So this is new ground that I am treading. I as short as my career is, my music career, that is, he has a direct influence on 2 of my songs and a vastly direct influence on my first single.
Right.
So literally parroted the style of one of his songs that's on his first album for my first single.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
it's surreal.
Yeah,
It's surreal.
and it's a scenario where like this isn't on no bragging shit, but it doesn't make sense for me to go listen to X now because I never stopped listening to X.
Facts.
Literally.
Facts.
If I go into my most played for the last few years, It's Dark and Hell is Hot is on all of those lists.
Such a fucking classic.
Yeah.
It's that energy that he had. Like X and I, we didn't occupy the same lane, but it was overlap. He had this dark whatever, I had this dark whatever. This voice, people from a voice, it kind of, that aggression, it kind of whatever. But the one thing I appreciated about him is out of all of these other artists at the time when he was like at the peak of his shit and was getting all that notoriety for it, you ain't gonna tell me he wasn't passionate about his shit.
Facts.
And that was a big deal for me back then because I'm backpacker, whatever, like, that's a big deal. Like, you couldn't say this was a guy who made it big and that you couldn't say he's not passionate about the shit he did. You couldn't say it because that's one of the rubs that people that come from the lane that I was in, the underground backpacking shit, about the people that made it big, made all this money, did all this other stuff. They don't really care about it. You could tell no, you could not say that about X. You could not. He absolutely believed in what he was doing. He absolutely was pouring his emotional state. And along with that, a lot of the things that will go when you're writing, when that's your inspiration, it comes from your emotional state at the time. Trust me, you're going to say some things that people are not going to like.
Oh,
that's part of it.
Absolutely.
All right, Ben. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you for stopping by, man.
Right.
Yeah, man. Like, so that's why, like I said, if he was being a craven opportunist and just saying things to get attention, whatever, you may have a point to me about certain things. But this was this man would be in tears. Go look at some of his live performances. He would be in tears up there. X was emotionally compromised. People,
he literally wore his heart on his sleeve. Like,
yeah.
Of course, if anybody listening, please don't be a douche right now. Obviously, I don't mean his heart was sitting upside down. But
you shouldn't even have to say that. But the fact that you did,
I know.
Yeah.
But he was the prime example of the phrase "wearing your heart on your sleeve."
Yeah, that man was passionate about what he was doing. No matter what you may have thought about certain individual songs or whatever, he was passionate about that shit. He's passionate about it. And part of the passion too is not just saying things that we like, the heart really feels and that we like. Also, part of it is passion about the creativity of it, to do this because you had the idea and you wanted it to come off a certain way and you fully committed for that to come out the way you wanted to. If you look at Stop Being Greedy, Stop Being Greedy is it's one of the biggest examples I can point to the duality of man. he did that on wax.
Facts.
He did it on like yo. It from a philosophical standpoint, he did that in some gritty street rap shit, where he displayed the duality of man. That side of you, that's cool. We say when the sun is up, my gun is up on the shelf.
And they're always running up and thanking me for their health. Hoping that they're not around when it gets dark
outside.
Sun going down, you hear the bark outside.
Yo,
locks up the cage. Come on, man.
Come on, yo. Come on, dude. Everything from the voice change to the there are bars that are intricate, and then there are songs that are intricate. That is completely independent of whether or not the bars themselves, the concept,
right,
is that's X. That's always been X to me. X was always a lot deeper than I think some people. If you look at the other intangibles, the way his voice came across on the track, all that, yeah, those are intangibles. When you put all of that shit together, it's something different. It's the reason why he was the big dog, man.
Yeah. Facts.
Right.
There could never, and that's interesting, when there are limited spots, because I'm not going to blame it on new versus old.
Right.
But when you're in a scenario where there are limited spots to shine, then people have to be unique, right?
Gotta be.
The more opportunities there are to go around, the more some people can like blend together, because you can get the crack that you have to get through is bigger,
right?
So it allows more to come through.
Facts.
But talk about unique. Like, don't get me wrong.
Who sounded like him back then?
Here's the thing. The best you could do is try to call his image a ripoff of Tupac
because of the way he looked.
Call Ja Rule an ape of him.
Right.
That's the best you can do.
But
those aren't correct.
Yo, they're so incorrect, because just listen to the way he would freestyle. Just listen to the only thing people can go off is the deepness of the voice. I'm talking about the delivery of how he delivered. This man was damn near a Baptist preacher, a Southern Baptist preacher, in the way he delivered his bars. Some of it was even African. Some of it was tribal. Like the cadence was the war. Funny thing about that, I got a bunch of Continental friends now, right? That is actually one of the things that one of them said in describing his shit. Like, yo, who? Yeah, you can maybe find similarities, and they both have deep voices. It's different. Yo, there's layers to that. Devin made a good point. Again, he says, it's great to how the tune worded get put up on some game. There's no one who's so big that I couldn't have missed them. Right. There are people that have huge audiences that I never heard of before.
Yeah.
Never. And he says, but as I've gotten older, I realized, okay, being popular doesn't make you inauthentic always.
Thanks.
There's lots of great artists with vast catalogs I still have to digest. It's important to understanding where hip-hop sits in time. So I like getting it from y'all. Appreciate that. I'm glad we're a source.
Absolutely.
For some of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, glad we're a source from that. But like I said, man, there are artists that I slept on at the time when they were doing their thing and they no longer record, that I went back and listened to and go, oh shit. That's what I was missing. That's what escaped me at the time.
That appreciation hit a little bit different.
Yeah, but DMX wasn't one of them.
Right.
He wasn't one of them.
I was up on that.
I was right there with him. I was right there with him.
I was absolutely right on that. I was with him. I was on the train. I was there. I was ready.
That man had demons, like all of us.
Growling with him.
I was barking with him.
Yeah.
Arf, with the deal. Yes, I was there, you know, but that man, like I said, the man had demons. It looks like some things he conquered, some things he didn't.
Yeah.
It just so happened the thing that he didn't conquer wound up taking him out.
Mm-hmm.
But that is not the sum total of who X was.
Nah, B.
And anyone seeking to grind him down and put him into that little box of that, I'm pushing back on. I'm pushing back on heavily. He was more than just what his demons. He was more than just his demons. He was also part of him was a man trying to overcome that, and there is value in that. There's value in the idea of, yeah, I'm being hit at all sides, but I'm hitting back. And even if I fail, it wasn't because I wasn't fighting. It was because that this was too much for me.
Right.
It was too much for me. But I was fighting. And of the lessons you can take from DMX's life outside of the music, I think that should be one of them.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. Yo, crazy as shit. So he almost, not obviously there's some hyperbole, but he almost has like an epic hero's journey.
Yeah. Yep.
Yo.
Yep. Joseph Campbell, Journey of Hero. Yep.
Yo,
yep.
The reason that all this started was because of somebody he looked up to. Somebody he looked up to. He's always saying, like, he wasn't really heavy in drinking. He wasn't really heavy in the smoking weed, nothing like that.
Right.
I think he said he had smoked weed a couple times, but nothing like it wasn't a habit or anything.
Right.
And then somebody that he looked up to, looked at like an older brother, gave him a blunt one day, and he was like, he had this feeling that he had never felt before.
Right.
That's because the blunt was laced with crack.
Damn.
And his words were, "That's the day a monster was created." I'm like, yo,
crazy.
For someone that you look up to,
yeah.
To do, and that interview was hard to watch. He was like,
I bet it was.
How would you do something like that to a teenager? Like, why would you do something like that to a teenager?
Well, I'll tell you.
Probably because you were a casualty of war, X. The scenario was that this was something that this person was able to do recreationally. So they didn't think about the ramifications fully. Because why? Because it didn't affect them that way.
Also, people ain't shit.
People ain't shit. Nah.
People ain't shit like that. And yo, the other reason that I think too, I always had a connection with a lot of dudes in Baltimore had a connection with D, because D lived in Baltimore for a little while. And he didn't, for the record, he wasn't on the porch. Earl wasn't on the porch. Like, I know people that ran circles with Earl. Wasn't on the porch, y'all. Not at all. I'll tell you something else I liked about Earl. Earl did not give into supreme hyperbole about his street experience. Earl had said on numerous occasions, I was the weakest dude in my crew. How many rappers, seriously, that have a street gritty, grimy image will tell you I was the weakest dude in my crew? Huh?
Yeah.
Earl used to be up there. Earl used to be up there on Pennsylvania Avenue. I was up there, up around there. You come from Baltimore, you know what the fuck that's. You know what we talking about? He was on Pennsylvania Avenue. He wasn't in he wasn't on Cook's Lane. I said it.
You're stupid.
He wasn't on Cook's Lane. He's down there he's down there on Pennsylvania Avenue. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I'm just saying.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Just a little different.
Yeah.
I mean, but like I said, I know I gave the caveat of him being in a position where he almost had to be, but he was unique, man. You can't manufacture that.
And I don't think we'll have one of those. He's one of those ones we won't have another one like that, specifically like that again. Like I always say, because the system is different. The ego system of the music industry is different now. Like with Prince, we'll never have another Prince. No. Not because there might not be anybody that's super talented and that. The ecosystem is different. It's different now. It's different. The way artists are broke to the public now, way different. It's not the same. The way that they maintain their popularity, like they could be almost mythic.
Yeah.
Because you didn't get a lot of opinions from them. There wasn't social media for them to go on to be. It could be almost mythic. To do that now would be Herculean.
Yeah.
to not be, that's literally part of the promotional thing is for you to have a social media presence and shit. So it's one of them things, man. Like though that environment that he became what he was in as far as an artist in doesn't exist that way now. It doesn't. And that's the reason why we should appreciate what he was, who he was, and other artists that's like him. Yeah. Because we may never see the like again,
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and lean towards saying it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, shit.
Yeah, I'd be willing to put money on that. I can't be 100% sure, but nah, it's not happening.
I don't see it. I think it'll happen in pockets, though. Basically, because the way of how popularity as far as an artist works now. You can like I have my own pocket universe, pocket dimension. So amongst my fan base, I will be that to them. Globally, no.
I want to.
No. I mean, you kinda got one.
Nope.
Look, you got the Black Culture Geeks ecosystem.
I'm talking about music.
I mean, we talk about music here.
No, nigga. Oh,
listen, I am that I am. I'm speaking my truth.
That's what that was, my guy. Okay.
But yeah, man. Shout out to DMX and condolences to his family, his children, and everybody that knew him personally.
17 kids.
I think that would mean that his other name would be Abraham, father of many nations.
I really need this album to come out so they can eat, because 17 kids.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Devin asks a question here. Interesting enough. Do you think there will be something like the advent of amps, synths, digital production? Is there some kind of technology that might come along and totally change the scene more than just a new version of a DAW? I cannot predict that specifically. Yes. I can predict it generally. Yes. In general, yes. Because if you'd have said to me back in the day that I'd be able to do everything that I can do now in the corner of my basement, I would not have believed you, simply because at the time, to do little things like just add compression on your track required a whole nother machine to do that shit. Like they had racks, my guy, compressors, limiters, exciters, all that shit. I was around for that era. So, and to think to be able to do it under a certain amount of money in your budget was completely alien to me. The idea of being able to create my own album cover was completely alien. To be able to shoot music videos? Nah. So as much as technology has advanced, technology tends to increase according to information processing speeds. So there's no telling what the next thing will be. It might be
there's a limit to everything. I think what it is just AI.
Well, yeah, Yeah,
I think that's this the singularity and all that other shit.
Machine learning.
Yeah,
we use that now in our production now.
But it's in the early phases though.
It's still in the early phases, right?
I think that is. I'm not saying it's going to happen soon, but I think that's what it is. That's going to be that next totally changing everything that happens.
Yeah.
It's going to be fully competent AI. That is going to be that next.
You're what they call your virtual engineer, because right now, with the type of plugins that SPJ and I use, it's amazing what these things can do. It has cut my production time, my engineering time in half,
literally.
So, in the process of that, though, during the evolution of that technology, we're at the stage where I still have to do things. I think it's going to get to a point where we are going to have to do less things to produce the music. Literally, put the file in, hit a button, rap. Just rap. Everything else will be the AI will be doing everything else, from adjustments to the how many decibels, adjustments to all this shit, wetting the vocals, and then when you're done, it does everything else, the mixing, the mastering. The reason I know we can get there is because of what I have now. The shit I have now is crazy. It's crazy. Devin says, you think AI musicians, so the software designers are creating software that makes music?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's going to happen.
Absolutely. That's a thing. That's going to happen. Yeah. It's going to happen.
I promise.
It's going to happen.
I have been to the
mountaintop.
I've seen what's over the horizon.
And I promise you.
Yeah, it's going to happen. Absolutely going to happen. Without question. Like I said, I've played with some early versions of it.
Yeah.
Right now, it's not perfect. Matter of fact, let me see something. For a little treat, this is what we're gonna do. I don't even know if this shit still work, but
if you can do that, let's go out on that. This is a reason why y'all should be watching the live stream. This is a reason. If you can do that.
All right, so let me see. Share.
You have a fairly beefy computer though. You should be able to handle that, right? Because it's not like you're using a browser thing to record this and stream this. So
word. I'm just waiting for it to scan all my plugins because I haven't used it in a while.
Oh damn.
We're at 49%. What is this particular plugin that is oh, there we go. Okay. With 54, 57, 59, 60.
Keep going.
70, 73, 76, 78, 81, 84, 90. Okay. So, oh crap. All right, so Tim's gonna hear himself when he gets back. But that's a small price to pay for this, for what we're demonstrating. So, legitimately, this app, do you want to download the new update? Not right now. This app is AI. It's completely, well, technically, this is not completely AI because it's not connected to a cloud. In order for it to be completely AI, as far as what we're talking about, and I don't know all the technical terms. I have a rudimentary understanding of these things. So if I say something wrong, pardon. If I use the wrong terminology for something, pardon me. I know what I'm trying to say. I just might not be able to properly explain it to you. All right, so let's do some pop rock. All right. So, and it's been very long since I've messed around with this. All right, so if we do, let's see. So intro, We're gonna do an intro. No, we're gonna do a melodic intro. And I don't even remember what we're supposed to bring. Okay, we're gonna bring it here. So this is AI. like I
Right
explained,
here.
I explained before you got back. This isn't completely AI. It's not exactly what we were talking about because it's not connected to the cloud.
Yeah.
The cloud would kind of need, like Photoshop does now. Photoshop has certain AI things, but they are all cloud connected because it's necessary that you need way more data than I would feel comfortable letting them put on my computer. Actually, it's probably that can fit on some of my drives. But anyway, so random song, random intro to a song. Now, I'm not saying that that's the greatest thing ever, right?
No. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
So you throw that in there. Let me see. We get a theme. For a couple bars. We get another theme that changes the melody. We get another theme that's a little less intense.
Interesting.
And then we get a theme that is more intense. Actually, hold up. I wonder if can I move them around? I can't remember. I don't know if
I've never even heard of the software you've been holding up.
Because I've been I don't want to give y'all nothing that's half baked.
Oh, that's true. So you got experimented first.
Right, so let me actually delete these two. Delete block. Add a transition.
This is crazy. Because if you're doing what I think you're doing, this is nuts.
Then change the melody.
Yeah, this is insane.
More intense. So let's see what we've come up with. Now, mind you, I have done nothing musical. Not one thing. Transition. Then we go back into a different melody. And then we get more intense. Listen. Now that was just that. So let's get rid of all this. Let's get rid of all this. And
exactly, Devin. It says you seeded it with the first small bit. Right. This is the question I was about to ask about this. So if you seed it with an original composition, a slice of original composition you came up with, and you seed it with that, does it have enough variance to do that to an original composition that, you came up with the baseline melody, all that?
Watch this. All right, so we do the melodic intro. It didn't pop up. Wait, I'm at the wrong spot. There we go. All right, we do the melodic intro. We change it from at one chord for 8 bars, and we do a question and answer for 8. I'm sorry, 1 chord for 4 bars to a question and answer for 8 bars. Then we go with transition for a. We're gonna put this for 4 bars, and we're gonna do 2 chord structures. Then we do theme for 4. Theme for 4. Wait, this is 8. Can we do theme for 4? We might not be able to do theme for 4. All right, so we do question and answer again. Oh, okay. Question and answer for 4. That's the regular theme variation, question and answer for 4, theme, even less intense. Question and answer, even more intense. Question answer for 8. And let's see what we get.
Let's see.
Oh, wait, let me change. I'm going to change the key to A minor. If it lets me.
Will it let you though? That's the question.
There we go. All right, so. Oh, wait. God damn it. I got to do it. There's something that I have to do. I don't remember. I'm not going to do that part. So. And we go into first thing. Then the variation of that thing. Then we bring it down. And then we come all the way up.
That's interesting.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think I may have made one beat using this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. I don't think I used it for anything.
Right.
But it's I simply don't have time
we do a lot.
Dive into
we do a lot.
What that program can do.
It's capable of. It's interesting if you go maybe look on YouTube. Somebody has had to have used this.
I'm certain.
Did a whole bunch of shit on it. That's amazing. That's amazing. Orb Composer.
Yeah.
It's amazing, and what it puts me in mind of is where it will be in the next 3 to 4 versions of it. Like that's insane.
Yeah,
that's insane.
No, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I when I first got it, I was like, oh, this is interesting. And then there's the art part of me that's like, no.
The part to me that where the art part would come in is if I'm allowed to come up with the initial structure.
That's what I ended up doing with the one beat that I made.
See what I'm saying? Come up with the initial structure, and then I may not even use the variation, but it might give me an idea of where to go for transitions. Because when you're making rap beats,
sample.
Right. Like you on rap beats, you can in rap you can get away with a straight loop depending on what the fuck you did. So if there is something that can help you add variation to that straight loop,
Yo, I promise you in life, as far as my production goes, the only thing I'm ever looking for is something that I can legally sample.
Yeah.
I promise you, that's all. I can do the rest. I can do the rest.
Right.
I ain't gonna say vast majority, but most of the beats that I've produced that I've actually rapped on and put out, most of them aren't sampled.
Right.
But some of them are.
Right.
And I enjoy working. I enjoy doing that much more.
It's collusion art. It's you take a whole bunch of different things, you put them together, see if you pitch them so they have the same pitch or a complementary pitch.
I feel like that is my greatest attribute outside of the comprehension thing. But it's probably a part of that too.
It's part of that.
It's manipulation.
Yeah.
Manipulation. I can you give me things, I can make something from that.
Facts.
I'm really good at that part.
So Devin says, and this is what I was talking about. That's really useful, even just for playing out ideas, because you could go back and forth from DAW activity to that. Exactly. Like for me, when doing stuff like this, there are gaps in inspiration sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the initial stuff, but then you're trying to flesh it out, and you may get into a dry spot, and you might need something to boost you, kind of like when Thor hit Iron Man with electricity and it boosted his shit 400%. You might need that electricity, right? That a tool like that could absolutely give it to you. And when we was talking about earlier, about the machine learning thing, just with mixing, to be able to put your vocals in, or let's just take it out of the realm of vocals, a drum pattern in, and have the machine go in there and say, okay, you know what? This would fit better using these frequencies into the overall mix. And then you listen. Sometimes it nails it. Sometimes you have a different thought here, but it sets you on the path. And go in and make the adjustments because you know how to mix already.
Thanks.
So you go in and make the adjustments to what your ear likes to hear. I'm telling you, it has cut my engineering down in half.
Yeah.
Because my voice, and I've always had the most difficulty mixing my voice. I don't know how Sean was doing it back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But me mixing my own voice, I can mix everybody else's. Now I don't have that issue. I don't have that issue at all now. I don't. Now I know how to set elements into a sound bed so that one's not fighting and clashing the other. Right. Now, I know how to do that shit now. But that largely came as a result of having certain more advanced plugins that showed me how, that's how you, this is what you need to do okay, got you. Having a little bit of knowledge on something already and then getting the help expands. Going in there with nothing, that's going to be an issue for you learning. But going in there already knowing some stuff and then seeing out some other thing, and the other thing about that, we talked about the progression of it. What I think what it will allow it to do is what it's allowing it to do now. More people won't have the gatekeeping to prevent them from trying it.
Right. Because
the learning curve is not as steep.
Facts.
Going in.
Facts.
But yeah, man, like I think that's it for us today. We want to thank everybody that took the time out to help us do this show and to celebrate the life of Earl Simmons, aka Dark Man X. He will be missed
sorely,
and especially because we did have an expectation of him getting a second wind. You know what I'm saying? That definitely like hurts.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he is not the first legend that we have lost in the last few years.
Yeah.
And but it hurts just the same every time. Like, damn, they gone, you know.
Right.
But you know, I guess it is what it is with that. Also, be sure to go and check out the Metas and Mutants podcast with me and my guy, Super Sci Guy. We talk about comic books, comic book movies, all of that.
Yeah.
You can find that on Spotify or any other place you listen to podcasts. And also be on the lookout because there are some added content features that we're about to try on YouTube. Now that I have the new computer or whatever,
Right.
Once I get this set up, there's some things. We're gonna do some things with that. Also go check out Addie's Game Room.
Yeah.
And you can find that on his Facebook page called Addie's Game Room and his YouTube channel. Right. And he released a new video that's funny as hell where he was the different personalities of different
No, shut up. You can't spoil it. Just let them watch it.
Okay, go watch his new video.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also coming up, a movie review show.
Yeah, it is.
Starring SPJ. Which means his Metas and Mutants isn't live streamed. But Addie's Game Room is live streamed.
Yeah.
That's live streamed. But like I was saying, there's a movie review show that's going to be dropping.
Old school review.
It's going to be dropping in a little while.
Yeah. As soon as I get it edited, that's really, it's all on me. We got episodes in the tuck.
Yeah, that's
that just need to be edited.
It to be edited down.
Right? And I'm terrible at that. So
Well, we're doing a lot of stuff on the plate.
yeah.
But in order to succeed with Operation X strategy, sometimes you gotta put a bunch of stuff out there and see what lands.
That's
You know what I'm
fair.
saying? Like it is what it is with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. For my man SPJ, I am Tombstone the Dead Man, and for the greater multi-world entertainment family, we are out. Peace.